So, we are playing Chaos Child. I don't know if my controller works. It actually does. Interesting. That's cool. I haven't set up anything with my controller, so it's probably basic default options. If anyone's watching, what's the volume like? Like, am I too loud? Is the game too loud? Because for me it's very loud. My ears are hurting already. Let me actually turn it down a bit. The in-game sound is especially loud. Even though it's just on 30. Let's just tune it down to 25. Can you hear? Actually, I'm just going to test it myself. Test, test. Test, test. Okay, I can hear myself well. Okay, good. Well, then I think we're going to play some Chaos Child. So far, I haven't really done anything yet in this game. It's pretty much, how do I say it? Not blind, but I played only the common route and part of a later route. But yeah, this game file is completely clean. Like, we have nothing unlocked. And we're just going to go on this journey together. This journey into into one of the science adventure games. And yeah, I think we just start. And be aware, oh, my cursor is in the picture because I can click with it, but I think I use my controller here. It's just a standard PlayStation controller. And yeah, November 6, 2009 AD, 10:28 PM. It came without warning. It's very warm in here, holy shit. I'm going to be silent for this cutscene, because the cutscenes in this game are really beautiful. It was a magnitude 7.8 earthquake with an epicenter directly under the city. This disaster reduced one of Tokyo's busiest downtown areas to nothing in a single night. Yeah, a very impactful earthquake. The high-rise buildings that had birthed so many trends and fads collapsed, as if giving up on their role in society. Black fire spread through the city. As individuals fell into the grip of a crowd's psychology, their terror was magnified. Combined, all of these things took many lives. The final death toll was 3,851. The final number of injured, 30,927. This event would later be known as the Shibuya earthquake. Even in all that destruction, people still suffered the most in their hearts. Some who had lost their families came together to share a new resolve, while others who'd been forced to watch their friends die were driven by guilt to take their own lives. As a baby was miraculously reunited with its parents after 72 hours, a child in an evacuation shelter asked her dad, "When's mommy coming home?" He had no answer. Some of the wounded made it to hospitals by looking at real-time updates on the web. Others saw people on the internet talking about the disaster as if it were a movie, and were driven mad. A homeless man was saved from malnutrition by an organized volunteer group, but at the same time a middle school boy punched a self-centered volunteer who'd come to Shibuya to find himself in the face. It was the first time in that boy's life he'd ever been violent. The psychological toll was incredible, and many of the survivors would later manifest symptoms similar to those associated with PTSD. As we can see, some of the text is highlighted, so it's going to be relevant for the course of the story. The young were hit the hardest, and before long, and the cause of those symptoms was given a name, Chaos Child Syndrome. Rebuilding happened at a feverish pitch never seen before. It felt inappropriate to say, "Hang in there," but people felt that somebody had to do something. The new slogan was Shibuya, a city reborn, and no amount of money or manpower was spared in aiding the endeavor. The whole town was in the grip of a fever. In private, a leader of the redevelopment effort said, "This may sound unkind, but this frenzy feels like a town burying its grief by holding a festival." Building codes were rigorously evaluated with an eye toward earthquake engineering. Perhaps in an effort to emphasize the city's safety, security cameras were put up all over town. Shibuya would become a place where everyone could live in peace. But at the same time, a rumor began to spread about the earthquake. Something about this earthquake doesn't make sense. There were no aftershocks, and the damage had spread in a strange way. Harajuku and Ebisu, areas only a kilometer away from Shibuya, suffered few casualties and even fewer collapsed buildings. This damage pattern had never been observed in any prior earthquake, and so more than a few pundits claimed the Shibuya earthquake must have been artificial. Ooh, conspiracy theorists. More than anything, some of the survivors all said the same things. "I saw a white light. I heard a sound like a ringing in my ears." Too many people experienced this for anyone to laugh it off, but no cause of those phenomena was ever found. It was just more evidence to those who believed that something about the earthquake had been wrong. Then, 6 years after the strange earthquake in 2015, something else was about to attract attention in the reborn city of Shibuya. Yeah, and that's pretty much the prologue. If you are God, the delusion becomes reality. About what kind of noise you get. Is it the sensual world? Something. Okay, Chaos Child. September 7th, 2015. Sunday night.
はい。ではいつも通り3分くらい募集をかけるんで、適当によろです。
The second he spoke, the comment box started to fill. Otani Yuma watched it for a few seconds and then saw the request. When does Haru tell us she's dating somebody? He smiled to himself. Oh my god, no. This beginning. Just what he wanted. Most of the requests were about hot actors or cute idols. His audience was so stupid that it was easy to tell exactly what they were going to ask. The problem was always whether the name that came up was someone he knew. That was a question of luck and how popular they were. But Haru, her full name was Haruko something or other. She was fine. Just a few days ago, he'd forced himself to go on an event he'd rather have skipped and seen it for himself.
Yes.
Okay. Satisfied, Otani got up to get some snacks like he always did. He lived in a one-bedroom condo located 8 minutes from Shibuya Station. Cost 150,000 yen per month. That's around 15k euros, I think. Or like 13, 14k something. It had been built after the earthquake, so the furnishing and layout were modern. A little more room would have been nice, but compared to the 40,000 yen per month place he lived in last year, it was heaven.
来年にはもうちょっと便利なところに引っ越すか。
Wait. How much does he pay? 1-bedroom condo? I think I'm wrong. It's not 14,000, it's 1,400? Pretty much, I think so. Yeah, it's 1,400, I guess. Next year, maybe I'll move somewhere more convenient. Yeah, I could move out too soon. At 21 years old, Otani felt satisfied for the first time in his life. In 4th grade, he'd gotten big into online gaming and stopped going to school. Eventually, he'd stopped leaving his room altogether. Well, he's a classic hikikomori. Then he gotten addicted to drugs that made him sleepy, but did nothing else. Drugs that made him sleepy? Probably Xanax? Whatever. Once, seeing only darkness in his future, he'd planned to commit suicide. Very sad. In the chaos after the earthquake 6 years ago, he'd finally managed to leave his room, but his family had already given up on him. After he failed his entrance exams, he went to live on his own in Shibuya, and he hadn't spoken to his parents since. As far as they knew, he'd failed the exams 3 times in a row. In fact, he hadn't even gone to the tests after the first time. People who give up in life, I guess. There wasn't anything he wanted to learn in college, or any companies he wanted to work for badly enough. He had no goal in life at all. I'm actually starting to cry soon, holy shit. But things were different now.
ハットちゃんにもたまには本当のことが書かれてるもんだ。チーズでいいか。
Maybe Ed-chan does tell the truth sometimes. Guess I'll have some cheese. I understand cheese as something else. Whatever. So he's talking about Ed-chan here. Ed-chan is the equivalent to 2chan. 2chan is a image board or a BBS in that's very popular in Japan. It's like kind of the equivalent of the 4chan we have in the West. But 2chan is a little, let's say, the community is very different from 4chan. Like, it's not such an extreme cesspool of, how do you say it? It's not a cesspool of crime and stuff. It's more like an information board, and they're like people hyping about different stuff, as they also do here, but it's not as unhinged as it is here in the States. In the West. He took a block of cheap cheese he'd bought at the supermarket out of the fridge. Usually, he never ate anything this cheap. Nico-Nia live streaming, or Nico-Nico live streaming, I guess. But on Nico-Nia live streaming, it wasn't just what you said, how you looked when you said it also mattered. Otani wasn't a good-looking man, let alone a cute girl. He was just a plain old guy, and so to keep his program popular, he needed to make them think that he was poor, barely managing to scrape by, in fact. That's why he kept the area around his PC and the parts of his apartment that you could see with his webcam completely plain. I actually kinda cleaned up my desk earlier too, because it was full of paperwork and other stuff, so I just made it a bit more spacious, so yeah. Last month he'd finally reached his goal of 4,000 viewers. Damn! 4,000 viewers, that's a good number. You can make good money with that, I guess. For a man with nothing going for him like Otani, this was extremely unusual. 3 months ago, he'd guessed the winners of a popularity contest a certain group was holding, as well as their total numbers of votes. That must have really paid off. After that, his numbers had been going up steadily. Late last month, when his streams had appeared at the top of the Nico-Nia's page, he'd seen a huge increase. Right now, he'd gotten about 4,500, and it was quite possible he'd break 5,000 by the end of the month. It was around late last year when he'd started to wonder about his power. Oh god, creepy music. It was a certain rumor of one on Ed-chan's occult boards that made him really start to realize what he had. The name he'd chosen for his stream subtly reflected this. Today I learned I can see the future. He took out a knife to cut the cheese. There was a strange sound. Oh my god, no. I hate this part. This part is so disgusting. Oh god. So guys, if you are wearing headphones, you might hear a knock like on the left and on the right side, which is like it will going to make you feel uncomfortable, so bear with me. There was a strange sound.
Huh?
Yeah. He thought he'd just imagined it when oh, my mic is falling over if I do the knocking. Damn. Knock, 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 knock. He heard it again. It was coming from the door. Someone was clearly knocking on his door.
密林か
Huh? Jungle, maybe? Jungle? Jungle? Wait. How do I look up the things? Wait. Ah, here. Jungle, an American online shopping site that is the largest in the world. It's said that 1 in 5 internet users has purchased something from it. It sells books, appliances, food, clothes, anything you can imagine is on sale there. Well, that's an interesting name for Amazon. Not sponsored. Huh? Jungle, maybe? Suspicious. He walked toward the door to answer, then checked the clock. It was 11:41 p.m. Not exactly normal delivery hours. Oh, believe me, I already got packages this late.
なんだよ。つか、生放送中だっつうの。
Nama Hoso-chu. Oh, he's right in a live stream. You say Nama Hoso. Interesting. Nama pretty much means like naked or bare. Interesting use of the word. He tried to ignore it. But holy shit, 6 viewers, damn. The knocking continued. It was the same rhythm, at the same pace. Knock, 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 knock. Who's there? I am the one who knocks. As if the visitor's goal wasn't to come inside, but simply to make that sound. Oh god. Otani felt a little bit creeped out. He decided to go on to the intercom camera and see who it was, but then realized that would be pointless. Only the auto-locking door on the first floor had a camera. The door to Otani's room on the 5th floor had an intercom, but no camera. Otani gave up.
くせ。つか、用ならインターホン押せよ。
Uh-oh. I like the gradient of this background here. It's like the standard Photoshop gradient when you do black and white. Knock, 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 knock. No, the knocks were too steady for that. But there was no voice, and there was no voice yelling at him to open up. Police, open up! He'd seen this door a million times, but suddenly it looked somehow different. Somehow he didn't know. Someone he didn't know was on the other side of the wall, demanding entry in the middle of the night. Somehow this made the door seem intimidating. Otani thought he might look through the peephole to see who was outside. He was then disgusted to find himself too scared to even get close to the door. Wait, the intercom didn't have a camera, but it did have a microphone. He turned towards the living room so he could use the intercom and find out what they wanted. Otani, it's me. Sorry to come by so suddenly. He stopped when he heard that voice. Eh? Dareda? It's me. I'm very sorry to bother you at this hour. Otani tried to remember who the speaker was, but found he couldn't. But from the tone of the voice and the words, they probably weren't a weirdo. Okay, then that voice is wrong. I just do the pizzeria delivery guy voice. When they said, "I'm sorry," it sounded like they really meant it. Otani sighed softly with relief, and then realized he was still carrying the knife he'd been using to cut cheese. It suddenly felt stupid to feel so nervous. He quickly laid the knife on top of the sink.
はいはい、今開けます。どちら様ですか?
Okay. It's me, don't you remember? The voice simply repeated itself. But who are you? Otani whispered to himself as he opened the door. Eh? Otani narrowed his eyebrows at the people standing there. He looked them up and down and then looked at their faces again. Their eyes met.
あんたらどこのどなた
Otani suddenly felt a piercing headache. Oh god, no. Otani closed his eyes and put his right hand up to his temple. He could feel the blood pounding his veins through his fingers. He staggered and put his other hand against the wall to keep from falling over. The pain was like the old days when he'd overdosed on antidepressants, but much more intense. He grit his teeth against the pain and dug his nails into the wall that was holding him up. As he waited for the pain in his fingers to help dull the pain in his mind. Otani-san, are you okay? Oh, sorry for the honorifics. Mr. Otani, are you okay? He heard a voice he'd heard many times before and felt a concerned hand on his shoulder. He somehow managed to ignore the pain and open his eyes. A worried face was peering down at him.
ああ大丈夫最近たまにあるんだ
Yeah, it happens lately. Overwork, perhaps? Kadoshi. You've been so busy lately. You shouldn't push yourself too hard.
相変わらず心配性だなお前は大丈夫だよさあ入ってくれ
You're such a worrier. I would have used the word worrywart here. I'm not sure. I think I've seen that more often. You're always such a worrier. I'm fine. Come in. Even though I hear the word worrywart mostly from female characters speaking to other people. I don't know. Maybe it's a female word. I don't know about English that much. He opened his mouth as wide as he could and moaned, trying to ease the pain, as he led his important guests inside. As he turned his back on his guests, he told himself that it had been a long time since he'd seen them, or maybe not. So he invites the people while he is live streaming. I don't think that's a smart idea. It couldn't have been more than 2 months since they last met. It only felt long because it wanted to see them so badly.
そうだせっかく来てもらったのにすまん生放送中なんだよ
Okay. He's telling them the others. While he was out there, he decided he would cut some cheese for himself and his guests. Oh, don't worry about us.
いやお前ら相手にそういうわけにもいかないだろん
No, I can't do that to you guys. What's wrong?
いやなんでもない
The blade wasn't cutting into the cheese. That's strange, he told himself as he pushed down with more force. Oh, this sound. Oh my god, no. He cut into its surface and it made an unpleasant sound he'd never heard before. But no matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't go further. Oh god. Eh? Confused, he yanked the knife back and forth like a saw. But it only cut in slightly deeper. It was as if there was something hard inside the cheese. And even though he'd just taken it out of the fridge, it was slightly warm.
くそなんだよこれ
Ugh. Irritated, he slammed the handle of the knife against the cheese. But all it did was bash it in a little. He couldn't cut through it. I know what's going on and it's so disgusting. Holy shit. God damn it. I'll help you. His guests must have heard the sound because they rushed over. Yeah, I'm alive, Jacobi. Yeah, I actually am. I have how do you say it? I have dabbled into other fandoms and watched a lot of anime and played visual novels, But then I realized, hey, my PC is good enough to stream, so why don't we stream some games? And someone urged me to play Chaos Child on stream with them. They are not here yet, but they will probably come over as soon as they have time. So I'm just going to stream it a bit. They had another knife. When did they get that out? There's a trick to cutting this thing. Oh god, this sound. Stop. They put the knife up against the cheese and began to move it with a practiced hand. It sounds like your work is going well. They smiled at Otani, their voices slightly low. Oh, okay. Otani realized that they were trying to keep their voices from being picked up by the streaming microphone and lowered his voice as well.
Ah.
Yeah. He grinned and nodded. His guest had introduced him to a firm that handled advertising space for popular websites, which had been giving him regular work. His reputation had quietly spread throughout the small web advertising industry, and soon he was getting more and more offers.
流行を予想することが肝なこの仕事は天職だよ。出来レースみたいなもんだ。
Jacobi, can you tell me about the sound leveling? Like when I'm pretty much whispering into the mic. Do you hear that properly? Because I'm going to record this and upload it on YouTube later as like the stream VOD, I guess. So I don't want to really dabble around and edit with the sound. This job's all about predicting trends, so it's perfect for me. I can't lose. Then why do these streams?
一言では言いづらいな。強いて言えば自分がどこまでいけるか試したいみたいな感じなんだけど。
Interesting. That's right. His power wasn't meant to be wasted on jobs that anyone could do.
誰も経験したことないから誰かに聞くってわけにいかないだろ。
So to explain,
だから自分でやれるだけやってみたいっつうか。ってかっこよすぎかこれは。
So to explain, the guy here, Otani, he pretty much has the ability. Well, I don't think he has the ability, but he says he can look into the future, and he's streaming that ability, or I don't know. Maybe he's doing a Q&A or something online. In any case, there are many people interested in his kind of ability and watch his stream. And he's a hikikomori, living alone at home, doing these streams, pretty much unemployed, etc. But if you back off or turn your head, you become inaudible. Ooh, okay. Actually inaudible, that's bad. Then I probably have to... Honestly, dude, I have to get a mic arm or something. Maybe I should go to Amazon or something. It's just a microphone that records on the front side. So, from here back there would be no sound. Yeah, mic stands I got here. You know what my mic stand is? It's a... it's how do you say it? Küchenrolle, we say in German. It's just like towels to wipe stuff with. And I can put the microphone into the top hole, like perfectly, but it doesn't really stand. So it just stands in front of me by, putting the back against something solid. So it just stands here. I can't really do shaking or something, because then I would just fall over. But I think it's fine. Can't you raise the gain? I can raise the gain. Is it better now? I feel I'm going to overshoot. How do you say it? The voice is going to peak when I'm going too close and when I'm going too loud. It's better. Nice. No, it's wonderful, I think. And done. After he'd smacked it a few times, the cheese was a little funny looking, but the even slices were lined up neatly on the plate. If you know what he actually has done there, you'd be as disgusted as I am right now, because he pretty much cut something that is not cheese into pieces, and we're going to find out. Sorry to make you help like that. It's nothing. Go on. I'll wait until your stream is finished.
冷蔵庫の中適当に見繕ってくれていいから。静かにな。
It's actually very scary, like the situation. He is streaming. I am streaming. I'm streaming also in like a small 1-bedroom condo, like where I live. And I don't know. If the door knocks later, I'm probably dead. So, whatever. Okay. There we have the cheese, I guess. Otani took his cheese back to his seat and saw a flood of comments reading, "He's late!" And, "Did he log off?" What should have been only been 3 minutes had turned into more than 15. You're also slicing non-cheese substances into slices? It's not a substance, it's something solid. Otani put a bite of the cheese in his mouth and began to chew loudly. He apologized to the camera, remembering to keep up the act of being poor and starving. And as he hoped, the comments started to come in. Oh god. Nikunia is always like this. Shake Shake reported this broadcast will end soon. Wasn't this plot to some new movie? Belongs in the trash. That's making me sick. What's happened? I'm very worried. Yeah. Yeah, that's Nico. Twitch doesn't have this function, I guess. Like, I think it would be interesting to have a Nico function in Twitch. Like a stream where the comments are kind of rolling in. But instead we have a simple chat bar. Or chat window. Otani's face took on a confused expression. The comments were strange. He thought there might be something on the camera, but he turned around and saw only his fake poor room. Well, I cleaned up before. Eh? Something wrong? He spoke into the camera, but the comments still didn't make any sense, and they were coming in faster. Maybe there was a problem with the camera. He reached his right hand out toward it. In an instant, his headache was back. It was the same pain as before. No, worse. He closed his eyes and jerked forward, banging his head against the desk. I'm not going to do that. But the pain in his head was so bad that he didn't even feel it. He tried to hold his head in his hands, but for some reason his right hand wouldn't move. So instead, he pushed his other hand up against his temple. It felt squishy. The vein was incredibly swollen, and it felt like rubber. And each time he felt his blood pulse through it, there was an unpleasant sensation in his fingers. He stamped his feet against the floor, hoping to find some small escape from the pain. But it didn't even get slightly better. It was then that he realized he was crying. He could feel the tears coming from his eyes. The pain was moving there now, too. Unable to bear it, he opened his eyes. And there's a ton of comments. He gasped. Yeah, so pretty much these are all comments that would come in Nikonia or in Nico. And they are the comments people write. And then they fly through there. And they are often filled with memes and emojis and other stuff to react to situations. And yeah, you see he's bleeding and foaming in his mouth. So you can pretty much assume he just cut his own arm, which is disgusting. He gasped. The whole scene appeared in front of him like some kind of awful magic trick. He suddenly heard a sound of something wet dripping on the floor. It's blood. His eyes reflexively turned towards it. His right arm was gone at the elbow, and the stump was gushing blood. There was a pool of it at the floor, and the sound he heard was the new blood splattering into it. Huh? Otani didn't understand what had happened to him. What was going on? He'd just gone to check on the knock at the door. Can you tell Daddy what happened? This happened because one of you guys is a boy detective. God damn it, these memes. The pain screamed within him. Any sense of pain in what remained of his right arm was overcome by the pain in his head. He felt nothing from his arm at all, though he saw the blood dripping on the floor. What the hell was going on? He blinked and forced his aching eyes to function as he looked around the room. I think I peeked. On top of his desk, he found the rest of his arm. Oh, disgusting. It was sitting on a plate. At first, it looked like it was still in one piece, but it wasn't. It was neatly sliced into uniform pieces. Each piece was about a centimeter wide, and the slices moved neatly towards his fingers. They sat upon the plate in, roughly, his arm's original shape. Miraculously, he saw there was no blood on the tip of his index finger. Okay. He still didn't understand that was really his own arm. But sheer disgust at what he saw caused him to leap out of his chair. What was this? What kind of prank was this? The contents of his stomach flooded into his mouth. He vomited. The pink fluid splashed against his desk. Yeah, it's pretty much a horror murder mystery game. He saw something solid in the middle of it. It was a thumb. It was covered in bite marks, saliva, I don't know, and stomach acid. But horribly, he remembered it. What? When had he put that into his mouth? In his pain-filled mind, oh my god, this peeping. Oof. It was like the sound of a tinnitus. Each time he heard the sound, the pain in his head got worse. He turned towards the camera, hoping for an answer to what was happening. But of course, there was none to be found. The screen was still filling with comments, but his eyes were too filled with tears for him to read them. Oh my god. As the whole world turned red, Otani didn't even realize that his lips were turning purple. Yeah. His lips had turned purple from the lack of oxygen, but were stained red with blood from his severed thumb, which he had chewed himself. Oh! God damn it. As he tried to fight the pain, he began to fall unconscious and tears fell from his eyes. The tears seemed pink to him. Otani was weeping blood. He tried, still facing the camera. His guests watched the chain of events unfold, then silently headed for the door. Just before they left the room. Goodbye, sayonara. They said as if nothing at all was wrong and shut the door. And there we have a dead streamer. Talk about desperate to get followers. Haha, how fun. I'm bored to go back to the usual stream. Oh my god. And there, Otani is dead. September 19th, 2015. Friday night. Whew. Takayanagi Momone had finished her concert. Like always, she stayed behind to help put away the instruments. She even helped clean up the audience seats, even though that was her concert hall's job. Only after all of that was done could she take a break. There wasn't much time left before her solo street concert, but she still had to help anyway. She'd always been like that. Even if it wasn't her responsibility, she couldn't help but get involved. She was like in middle school when one of her friends who wasn't as good at studying asked her for test notes. That's an interesting wall. Let's actually take a look at that. What does it say? Clap, grow, ins, p, rock, second, and something else. And love. I was looking for some kind of references to actual bands or groups in Japan. Don't know. She'd stayed up so many nights, her own test grades were worse than her friends. Francis. And she didn't even have anyone to give chocolate to on Valentine's Day. I know that feeling. In the end, it was the other person's responsibility, not hers, but...
要はヘタレなんだろうな。
Basically, I'm just a huge wuss. That's an interesting translation for hetare. Takayanagi Momone was, at heart, scared of not doing everything she could, even if everything wasn't her responsibility. The concert today was another big success. Sure, it was a tiny room that could only fit in 150 people or so, standing room only, but tickets were 3,000 yen, high for a band with an amateur vocalist like her, and they still sold out instantly. It was bizarre how excited the crowd was. She'd heard sobs during the ballad, and during one of the high-tempo songs, the audience had stood up all the way to the back row.
ありえない。
She felt a chill and hugged herself tightly. It's not that her band wasn't popular. Sang it. Time to read this? Sang it, a category tag on the Nico Neon video site. Oh, okay, that's Utatemita or something? I think. Category tags are genres defined by the site's administrators, such as anime, gaming, and sports, that are used to classify the videos that users upload. Sang It, as the name suggests, is a genre where the uploader sings a song in the video. There are many different types of Sang It songs, such as original songs, covers of existing songs, or even songs with lyrics added to what was originally instrumental music. Sang It's relationship to the Vocaloid genre, which is not given a fictional name, interesting, has helped it expand its popularity with the younger generation to the point where there are now even books and events dedicated to the genre. In 2015, it was one of the most popular genres on Niconia, and many people have turned pro after uploading a Sang-It video. So that probably refers to people like Mafu Mafu, Aki Akane, and other people. Katniss, Reol, yeah, these people. It helped that their face, which had earned her the nickname Scarecrow in school, could look really good when she wore makeup. And if all of them put ridiculous costumes and acted like idiots, some people would enjoy that. Videos of their concerts and performances pulled a decent numbers of views online. But Takayanagi noticed. The vast majority of the people looking at the videos were people who'd come to her concerts. People who'd experienced its insane intensity were going back to the videos to try and feel it again. And Takayanagi knew that they probably wouldn't feel even 1% of it.
ありえないよ。
The ticket prices and audience sizes were one thing, but the strangest thing to her was their eyes. Their eyes pierced right through her, unblinking. They were like pets, totally dependent on their master. The meaning of the lyrics began to take over their lives, and they never even questioned it.
やっぱり私の声はおかしいんだ。
When she first realized that it was happening, she tried to quit the band. Even if she couldn't, she at least wanted to stop doing the live shows where people heard her directly. But the others around her wouldn't let that happen. "Your voice is amazing," they would tell her. They forced her to keep singing, even as the concerts began to terrify her. Takayanagi tried to get out of it, but in the end, she kept giving in. She owed her fellow band members for getting a plain, dull girl like her into music. And for a while, part of her managed to have fun. But in the end, Takayanagi lacked a tiny bit of courage needed to break out of the cycle. She forced herself to get up and head toward the street concert, which she didn't really want to do. She'd received an email. She read it slowly.
嘘。
She almost dropped her smartphone. She read it again and again, trying to control her shaking hands. It was nothing special, just a simple message about one of the songs she'd made. "Good song, keep it up." Nice. "Wow, a compliment for a song I made. Amazing." Takayanagi tried to stop the tear, but couldn't. The band would get too many messages like this to count, especially after concerts. She knew it was rude, but to be honest, she was sick of them. All this praise, all this positive feedback, oh my god, get rid of it. Ugh. But this email address wasn't for a band. It was one for a site where she had anonymously uploaded original songs. In other words, whoever sent this message hadn't come to her concerts. They'd never heard her voice live or felt its strange power. But they had still said they liked her song. Really? Wiping away tears that wouldn't stop, she quickly wrote a response. That makes me really happy, thank you. Sugoku ureshii desu. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Or arigato, I don't know. Even after she sent it, she kept crying for a while. She hadn't cried this much since the earthquake. And then she stood up. She took her costumes for the day concert out of her bag, balled them up, and threw them in the trash, where they belong. It was a white-caped outfit, worn by some angel character in some anime. I don't remember what anime that could be. Certain fans really loved it, but she didn't care about it at all. She took a wet towel off a nearby table and violently wiped away her makeup. I think I'm okay with being a scarecrow. She was never wearing another cape or putting on makeup to look like an anime character again. I wish TikTok girls would do that. Never, she said aloud. She realized she was more excited than she'd ever been before. Then she started to realize what she wanted to do. What would happen if she said she was going to quit the band? It did cause trouble for a lot of people, definitely. Her band was scheduled to play in the Restoration Festival. But even so, she never wanted to sing at another concert. She laughed and kissed her smartphone. That's unhygienic as fuck. Don't kiss your smartphone, please, guys. It's full of bacteria. Even more filled with bacteria than keys or money. It's ridiculous. There are studies. Oh wow, this is so much fun. Yeah, she couldn't wait to get home and start fiddling with her music. Over the web, she could really share her music with others. As long as they weren't hearing her voice live, it would be fine. Yeah, smartphones are nasty. Welcome to the stream, young list, Alu. If she just played a recording from a speaker, for example. That's right. She'd leave Shibuya, and when she had a few more songs, she could record them and play them at a street concert. That speaker was small enough that she could fit it under her clothes to fool people. With ISO-ALK. Oh, okay. It would be rude to do the same song every time, so each time she'd re-record it at home. And there's the uncomfortable. No, there's a word for it. Unnerving. There's the unnerving knocking again. Alu, if you don't know this game, just before there was this knocking sound, and then some guy killed himself live on stream. So it's pretty much a bad omen when this knocking is audible. There was a knock at the door. One of the staffers, maybe? She smiled and answered them. Now she'd thrown away her clothes. Her bag was lighter than she'd ever imagined it would be. That lightness made her think about the future. Live on stream, yeah. So it was pretty much that scene. There was a guy streaming himself alone in his room, he said he could read the future, or he could see the future, and then he live streamed himself to like 4,000 people. And then this knocking came, and he suddenly turned insane and cut his own arm, thinking it was cheese, and died. So yeah, the game is kind of brutal. Knock, 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 knock. Takayanagi happily danced towards the door. completely ignorant of what was on the other side. I already knew that moment, so it wasn't that shocking to me, but as you can probably see earlier messages, Jacobi was kinda unnerved, disturbed. September 19th, 2015, Friday night. Shortly after she finished, she was walking through Shibuya. She had a limp and dragged one leg behind her as if it was injured. Her bangs were unnaturally long. Most of her face was covered by them. She wore a dark-colored dress that seemed to melt into the night, and above it a bright red cardigan. Her chest, arms and legs were almost completely covered. Despite the fact that the night was still warm, she wore gloves, as if it were a sin to show any skin at all. She ran into a couple coming out of a hotel, probably a love hotel, and staggered slightly. Oh, it's this woman. But she didn't even look at the people she ran into. Let's actually take a look at her. She looks interesting. Like, interesting fashion sense. A red cardigan, long, wavy hair. Very creepy. It's I think it's kind of the image of the horror women in Japan. Like, imagine The Ring or Dark Water, or what was the other movie? Ju-on the Grudge. They all have this long hair that doesn't show their face, and I think there's even a academic book called Wet Women. No, wait. It's an academic subject called Wet Women, which kind of refers to women that are connected with water and long wavy hair are always like, or mostly, characters in horror flicks. So it's kind of a genre or a stereotype that Japanese developed in their movies. Even in American movie Mama. Yeah, and The Ring also has American remakes, or not remakes, like American adaptations. She looked down and disappeared into the streets of Shibuya. Talk about creepy. Wait, what? Wait, this is in Shibuya, right? And they have surveillance cameras in Shibuya? That's interesting. Like, I think in Germany, people would get very angry if they are like supervised by such cameras.
Huh?
There was even a debate that in Berlin, there's the Alexanderplatz, and on the Alexanderplatz there is a lot of crime, and I think they wanted to hang up cameras there, but that was a very controversial decision. I don't know if they actually pulled through with it, but it was in discussion. Ooh. Those eyes were so weird. And Chapter 1, Digital Native, the right-sider connects the cases. Yeah, so we finished the prologue, I guess. Interesting. How long did that take us? Exactly 1 hour. Well damn, this is a long game, I guess. And I haven't drunk anything, so let me quickly get some water. Or coffee. Yeah, strangle yourself with the cable, Hata. Perfect. Amazing. Okay, so I quickly got myself coffee. It's hot. Holy shit. Nice. For example, let's say you asked a kid in middle school, do you know what Schrödinger's cat is? Oh no, pseudoscience. Please don't. I would say yes, or I've heard of it. To explain, Schrödinger's cat is like a thought experiment. When you put a cat into a box with poison, it's pretty much in that moment alive and dead at the same time, and that's Schrödinger's cat for the people who didn't take physics classes. We'll start by eliminating the DQNs who say that they never heard of it. DQNs is also interesting. It's a Japanese word for, I think, delinquents or like online. Yeah, Japanese net slang. Pronounced dokyun. Ah, okay, it's dokyun, not DQN. Dokyun. Used to refer to people who are stupid, antisocial, or delinquents. I'm not a DQN. Dokyun. Dokyun, okay. I have to get used to that pronunciation. Next, we eliminate those poor fools who say, it's something about a cat in a box, right? And there's this cat, but... Nice shade, you fucker. Or maybe they say, there's a cat in a box and next to it there's a device that may or may not give off poison gas. You don't know if the cat's alive or dead till you open the box. Everybody knows that. Fuck you. Holy shit. We can eliminate those show-offs as well. Okay, I'm leaving. Fuck you. Anybody from these groups is a wrong-sider. You bastard. Let me do something. Wait. Where do I have it? Oh my god, this fucking music. Yeah, let's take anime Ace, I guess. I'm a confirmed wrong-sider. Fuck me, bro. The right answer would be to describe the experiment and then say, it was a thought experiment proposed by Schrödinger to criticize the quantum mechanical theory that state collapse only occurs after human observation. Who's the show-off now? But barely anyone can do that. And I'd imagine that I'm the only guy who's still in high school who knows that Schrödinger got the idea after exchanging letters with Einstein. I hate wrong-siders. I'd taken a break from investigating the two incidents that had occurred recently in Shibuya and was paging through some ad-channel blog aggregators for a change of pace. As always, articles about bad idols and corporations with terrible work environments were getting tons of hits. Crash of 15. It was hard to believe that the Crash of 15, a huge news story that had just happened this month, was already off the front pages. I assume this refers to the Shibuya earthquake, which is very relevant for, yeah. Wait, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. Fictional. In September 2015, the largest solar storm in recorded history struck Earth, causing electronics failures worldwide. The damage to infrastructure and the panic that resulted in some areas, particularly in North America, became known as the Crash of 15. A large hole opened in the Earth's electromagnetic shield, leaving Earth defenseless against the solar flare. Since absolutely no precautions were taken beforehand, the powerful electric current damaged electronics and high-voltage transformers, shutting down the electrical grid. The reconstruction project in Shibuya had only just finished its redesign of the city's infrastructure, and while Japan suffered relatively little damage, Shibuya in particular suffered almost none. Interesting. Did the people reading and commenting on these sites realize that everything they read about corporations and idols was carefully controlled? The Illuminati. Did they know that both of the big aggregator sites are corporations too? Did they realize that the comments were all manipulated to go into one direction or another? This is actually very interesting because recently there was a German news report on, I think, Vice or some page, that big German YouTubers, or generally YouTubers in general, use a feature called banned words. So when you write a word in a comment, write one of those banned words in your comment, they first have to confirm the comment. So that way you can pretty much evade criticism, and so you can kind of manipulate the discussion culture. And they actually do it to get rid of comments that say that their videos are clickbait, or oh shit, when did that start? When YouTube introduced the function banned or blocked words. Twitter also has the same function, but it only works that it doesn't show you tweets, or it tells you that this tweet contains a word that is that you blocked. But on YouTube, you're actually, like, the commenter is shadow banned for writing these words. You can't see this comment, and people tested it and made like I think they picked 27 words or something, and these 27 words they tested on a lot of big YouTube channels who blocks them, etc. And yeah, it's just terrible, because that way you can manipulate political conflict or recent gossip, etc. It's fucking bad. Yeah, I think it has some good functions, like to block the N-word or other bad stuff. Like the N-word is also banned in my chat. You can't write it. At least not in the offensive form. I hope you can't. I put it in the options. But it can be abused, and that's bad. Kids our age were living in a world where all the information you could ever want was right at your fingertips. To those of us in the enlightened generation, ignorance was the worst sin. Dude, no, stop, no. Generation, what's the newest generation? Generation Z or some? Oh, fuck, I speeded. God damn it. Let's actually reread that. Here. Oh, it was just 3 messages. The enlightened generation. That's some very chuny shit, dude. Let's read. Huh? Wait. Where is it? Bloodtune, that's the fictional anime in the show. Here, enlightened generation. A word first used on the internet in the 2010s. The exact boundaries of the generation are unspecified, but it's often used to refer to people born in the 1990s. Ah, okay, boomer. Just kidding. 1990s, is this millennials? No, it's not millennials, it's one before. I forgot the name. Damn it. Members of this generation are said to not want things that they don't need and to act logically rather than putting forth unneeded effort. It's said that one cause of this is that the internet was widely available at the time. They were old enough to use it, which exposed them to information about society and reality at an earlier point and a deeper level than generations before them. If I think about it, like this generation, like the internet wasn't popular there. Well, it's more not that it was popular. There wasn't an internet. It was called the Usenet, I think, and it was like interconnected computers, but only in like very small networks. Interesting though. Any otaku who would just watch it for the cute characters was a loser. Checkmate, Moabutas. Let's actually read this paper. Low Type. I think it's a reference to an actual magazine, but I don't know the actual name. Maybe it's High Type. Strike Wizards, that's probably Strike Witches. Kido Battler Gun Barrel, yeah, that actually exists. Blood Tune, the animation, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's Symphogear? It could be. My sister is a hero from another world. Oh no. Oh no, there are isekai. There is isekai on there. Shit. Magical Academy Honoka? Okay, that's Madoka probably. New contract with the of the paradoxical world. Shinmao no Testament? I don't know. Like, there's a lot of references in there. Okay. Any otaku who watched it for the cute characters was a loser. Harsh. There was no point in watching the show if you were going to ignore its deeper themes. I honestly see myself in this comment. Because, yeah, there's some anime that's cute and all, but there's some deeper meaning behind a lot of anime. Like people who watch Evangelion for the waifus, they can go die. No, not die, but feel ashamed. I couldn't stand people who held to the old-fashioned idea that only otaku watched anime, but people who ignored the show's themes and just watched it for the cuteness were even worse. They were ignoring the implicit social criticism hidden in Serial Experiments Lane. What? Maybe I should get another kind of comedy instead of whispering into the mic. I stared at the magazine in amazement. Specifically, I stared at the box that listed the next episode previews. The text said that Erin was missing. Who is... Okay, so if I play with controller, when I press LB or L1, it speeds up, and when I press the left trigger, it opens this menu. So if I speed up, I misclicked. Full name, Erin Frey Orgel. A 10-year-old, why else, female character who appears in Blood-tuned animation. She speaks in a haughty, archaic manner, like an Ojo-sama, and always looks down on others. The younger sister of Seira Orgel, the main heroine, and also a princess of Star. Her catchup is, "Insolent fool!" She has a deadly magical stick named Onimusha Compiler. Okay. Not keeping her around meant bringing all the internal drama that had been built up so far to a halt. God damn it! So much for my change of pace. I knew I had work to do on the case, but it put it away because I couldn't find any link between the two crimes. That escalated quickly. First he just talks about anime, and then he talks about crimes. Yeah. I thought for a moment, then took my magazine from its secret stash. Yeah, that's a Gravure Idol magazine, I guess. Magic words to make any girl fall in love with you. That's some clickbait. Our biggest special ever. Cool Cat Press. We surveyed 1,000 women in Tokyo and their answers will shock you. Oh my god, that clickbait though. Tips for surviving fall. Must seen. What? What clothes to buy second hand? I honestly like this kind of detail. Maybe a jacket and a scarf. People called it a dating guide for normies, written by someone who'd never dated a girl in his life, but you'll be surprised. Interesting trivia. I use a patched version of Chaos Child, and in the original version by Adam Lenzenmeyer, I think was the name of the translator, it didn't say normies, it said normals, which is not really the term we use in the West for normies. And in Japanese, normies, there's also a term for it. It's called ryaju. It means a successful person in real life. Very interesting. Magic words to make any girl fall in love with you. What does it say? I can't see the white font. Wanna get her mind riled up? Try the ultimate CCP love-making handbook. Well, one C more and we have some communist CCCP. I knew it was stupid, but when I ran an internet search for their first phrase, nothing came back. And that was the thing. The fact that it didn't show up on the internet meant to me and that it was worth something. Wait, so when it's actually sentences for to appeal to girls by the CCCP, it would be like, I don't know, hey girl, do you also like Marx? Oh god damn it. I know this is extraordinarily selfish of me, but hey girl, do you want to read the Capital with me? Sorry. With who? Eh? What are you doing? Okay, so here we have our first waifu of the game, Serika. Onoe Serika is her name. And yeah, she looks quite nice. I like the pink hair. If it's even pink, magenta, something like that. And she also has this brooch, or I don't know. It's like a medal something. So I assume she has a high role in the school or something. Like this seems like the class president thingy. I turn to yell at the voice. Huh? I hid my favorite magazine behind my back and tried to calm my racing heart. Even if we've known each other since we were kids, don't just come in like that. Was this? Oh, okay, this wasn't said. Okay. Good, good. I couldn't let her find out. This was bad. Oh, this music. It could be from Persona. It sounds great. Serika frowned. I'm a big fan of piano music. I'm so jealous of people who can play the piano. My parents never allowed me to because, oh, you wouldn't pull through with it anyways, so why would we buy you an instrument? You don't use it anyways, it just lies around in the corner. I fucking hate it. Like, I could buy an instrument at this point and yeah, trying to learn it by myself, but my neighbors will probably go on a riot when I start using drums or keyboard or even a guitar here with an amplifier. They will just go mad because they already go mad when I'm talking at night, like in Discord or streaming, etc. Oh, that's right. Well, it doesn't help that the my neighbor has the bed right behind this wall. Like there's this wall in front of me, and the bed is completely aligned with that wall, and it fucking sucks. Serika took a USB memory stick out of her purse. 16 gigabytes. Well, damn, that's an old memory USB stick. At my university, I could never let anyone touch your computer. You never let anyone touch your computer. I don't either. My, how do you say it? Browser history is kinda dirty. It's probably dirtier than anything you've ever seen. A friend of mine has an incredible pickup line. He wrote a Valentine's card to someone, which said, "You're dirtier than my browser history," and that was very funny. She didn't seem to think much of it as she started to copy the data off. Okay, now's my chance. The RV was cramped, but there was a lot of space for storage. I don't think it worked, but it was also pretty much joke, like an internal joke. I pretended to make tea as I tried to find room on the top shelf. Okay, there's just enough room for one more magazine. I think I even have that, like a screenshot of that card somewhere. Let me actually find it. It's in Discord. Okay. Okay, I couldn't find it, but instead I just wrote some comments in Discord, so more people come watch. I heard a pshoo pshoo. The fuck is that? Pshoo pshoo. Shoo shoo. I don't know. Like a small fart. Pew pew. From behind me. I glanced back and saw that Serika was using the mouse with one hand and fiddling with her Gero Froggy Geroro strap with the other. Yeah, this was my chance. So, this is a Gero Froggy, something we also know from Steins, I guess. No, wait. In Steins, is it a Gero Froggy or an Upa? I'm unsure. God damn it. The Gero Froggy Geroro strap was a soft vinyl cell phone strap I'd won in a candy contest when I was a kid. When you pushed its belly, it was supposed to go Geroro, Geroro. I don't know how. I can't imitate a frog. How do you imitate a frog? That's a retarded frog. Holy shit. It turned out to be an incredibly rare prize that could fetch 100,000 yen at auction. But since I was a kid who didn't know any better, I gave it to Serika as a present. Serika seemed to really like it, and ever since she'd carried it with her. Which, well, that was fine, but it was old and faded, and when you pressed its belly, air leaked out of its side and made a weird noise. It used to go Geroro, Geroro. But I think now it just made a strange whooshing sound. Ever since she was a kid, she'd had a habit of fiddling with it, especially when she was nervous or focused on something. I actually know that feel, like, you know, when fidget spinners was still in, people fidgeted around all the time with it. And I was a different person. I had a fidget cube. And they were similarly annoying, but they made very interesting and nice sounds, and you could, like, it had a lot of functions. It was kind of like Bop It, if you know that. It's kind of a game you play with people, and you can pull and press stuff. It has a lot of functions, and it really relaxes you. Kind of like a stress ball, but more annoying for the other people. In other words, she was focused on the computer. Now was my chance to hide it. The porn! Oh, sorry for leaking. I jammed oh, it's actually porn. Okay. I jammed the magazine onto the shelf and moved some things so she couldn't see in it.
Mountain view でいいか?
Want a mountain view? That's Mountain Dew?
いいよ、もったいないじゃん。それにすぐに帰るし。はい、終了。
I don't know if you guys with me, but I love black coffee. Just drinking coffee without anything. It's the best. I don't know how people can put milk in their coffee or what else. Last time I was in the bookstore, I drank a coffee with cinnamon. That was an interesting combo. But honestly, like the when I finished the coffee, the whole ground of the teapot, not teapot? What the fuck? The whole ground of the mug was full with cinnamon, and then I drank the cinnamon like pure, and I had to cough so badly. Don't do that. Don't drink pure cinnamon. It's terrible. Terrible decision. I didn't even have water, so I had to buy another drink from the cafe in the bookstore, just to get rid of that cinnamon taste. So terrible. United! Oh my god, I haven't seen you in 4 years? Supposedly. Just as she was about to leave, I got an idea. I needed to double check my information. Someone has to message Ryintu for the old days. But I think, I don't know, he became a normie. She was in theory a girl. How's life been? I dabbled in too many side communities. I was playing visual novels, as I do right now. I like for an entire year I watched like 150 anime shows. Lately I'm collecting manga, anime, and all that stuff. Like I started amassing collections and sorting them by alphabet and yeah, blah, and other fandoms. So I don't know. I haven't really found a fandom for myself. I still watch Osu, but I don't play Osu anymore that much.
いやだから例えばこう言われたらどう誠に勝手なのですが好きになってもいいですか
さっき言ってたやつ
それはいいからどう
I think I have to cut out or mute a lot of parts of the footage. Otherwise, I just annoy or bore the people on YouTube when I'm uploading this VOD. Blah. Okay, so wait. First, we have our first gameplay here. So, in this game, like in Chaos Head, you have something called delusion triggers. And delusion triggers mean, like, our character has delusions, either positive or negative ones. The positive ones are kind of lewd or, I don't know, positive. In a positive, kind of, they make him lucky. And the negative ones are kind of like paranoia, like he thinks the other people or his friends even want to murder him or poison him or something. So this game pretty much is decided by what delusion triggers you pick. So if you take the positive ones only, you see only the lewd ones. And when you pick the negative only, you see only the negative ones. But in order to progress after the common route, like you can get on different routes, but first you have to finish the common route, so we're fine with picking either. By picking certain delusions in a certain order, you can unlock other routes or get on other routes. So this is pretty much the gameplay element. So before every decision, before every delusion trigger, I'm just going to wait for a second and you guys just type, you're free guys, whatever. You guys type down what you want to see, positive or negative one. Otherwise, I just use a coin. Oh no, wait, it doesn't make sense, because if I use a coin, you can also skip on delusions, like not pick a positive or negative, and just wait it out, and then nothing appears. So I think to show off more content, I'm just going to throw a coin every time. Unless we get like 10 viewers and something like a poll would actually make sense. Do I have a coin? I think I'm too poor for it. Just kidding. Time to leak my driving license and other things that could identify my identity. Yeah, let's just take this €1 coin and see what we get. Positive is number, Head or tails is the name, right? What is head? What is tails? Whatever. So if it's head, it's positive, and if it's number, it's negative. What? Wait, that needs to be an actual flip. And it's... Is this tails? Tails is the number, right? Yeah, okay, so it's tails. So we're going to pick the delusion. Why doesn't it move? Wait. I have to click. Oh, interesting. Wait, no, I don't. Huh? Okay, so why I can't move? It should go with R and L. Huh? Something is strange. Ah! I was still in a discussion. I wasn't at the point where I had to choose one. I have to first talk to her. That's true, come to think of it. Why was I so polite anyway? Huh? Ah, okay.
どうって丁寧だなって思うけど
I think it's really polite, but
告白された よくわかんない。
他には何か思わないか？こう素敵だなと思ったりしないか？
別に相手によるんじゃない？
Hey, I dropped 0 frames. That's cool. What's going on here, cool cat? It would depend on the person asking the question. Ah, okay. So he's actually just testing the pickup lines or the 100 sentences that make girls swoon over you, but they don't work with Serika because she's not the smartest.
そうだ、忘れてた。
Well, okay, I wouldn't say she's dumb, but she's pretty much or a bit of an airhead.
500円ちょうだい。
Wait, did I just fail the trigger? Did I just...
忘れてた。
Wait, I couldn't move. Ah, fuck it. Well, damn. Wait, can I go backwards? Hey, welcome to the stream, Ryan Ninja. I haven't heard of you before, so... Hey, what's up?
いやだから例えばこう言われたらどう？
Well, that's dumb.
僕に
I wanted to show this
電
scene.
話してくれって。
Let's actually go...
特価で500円でいいって立て替えたの。
Oh, and now I quick saved. God fucking damn it, I'm dumb today. Holy shit. Anyways. I just ran into Gen. Gen is I think he's a homeless person that lives in the same park as they do in their trailer. Confused, I took the bag from her. Gen's usual changed every time I talked to him, so I couldn't count on it. What was it today? Eh? That drunk old bastard!
何？いつものって。
なんでもない。ほら、500円。
I forced 500 yen into her hands. Ignoring her persistent questions, I led her to the door.
明日学校で。データはありがとう。助かった。
わかったよ。
Ah, man. Reluctantly, she left my room. Actually, guys, in anime, you always have this stereotype of a osana najimi, or which pretty much means childhood friend. Did you have a female childhood friend that you still talk to this day? Like, I can't remember mine. I did have one, but after I moved here to another town, pretty much lost all contact. So, RIP. Damn it. Sure, that was what I always bought from Jin, but the information in the last one was no good. What the heck was Cool Cat anyway? A cold cat? Is it? I've moved like 47 times. Nice. A cold cat? Is it cold because it's dead? Why am I laughing? Sorry guys, why am I laughing about this? Oh god. You know how it just felt? Like, do you know the meme review with Elon Musk where he laughs about the dead deer in the pool? I just felt the same. Oh god, my humor is so terrible. 100 ways to secretly show your sexy side. I love cats, by the way, so I don't want them dead. No. No. I needed to hide this too. But I had so many of them now. I was running out of room on the top shelf. When I tried to force it in, a mountain of old papers came falling out. That's relatable. Damn it, no room, huh? What's this? It was an old scrapbook about the murders that had occurred 6 years ago in Shibuya. I'd bought it from Gen too, to think of it. Okay, to explain. I quickly explain. In the game that comes before this, called Chaos Head, which I haven't let's played, or I haven't streamed, there's an incident called the... Oh, if I knew it now. The New Generation Murders? Fuck. New Generation something. So it's just a serial murder case with a lot of strange murders, like people people whose bellies are cut open, and an embryo or a fetus put inside of it. A lot of very, very dirty shit. There's also a group suicide called the Group Dive. And yeah, so these are the murders that take place in Chaos Head. And in Chaos Child, it's pretty much a repetition of the same kind of concept. But there's a different solution behind it, and it's also connected to the earthquake that the game initially talks about. I'd already scanned it, but I had forgotten to throw the original. How could I, of all people, be so lax with information? I just have to bundle it up with the rest of my collection. My eyes lingered for a second on the page. Come to think of it. I quickly ran over to my PC. Oh god, creepy music. I opened the file on the case that I'd been looking for. My words were a whisper. I looked back at the scrapbook, then compared it to the data on the PC. There was no doubt. I kept looking at it, and it kept saying the same thing. But this, if my hypothesis... I can't pronounce this word, sorry, as a German. Hypothesis was right. I'm sure even the police... Okay. Even the police hasn't noticed. Okay. So, now we read some internet text. Okay, let's actually read what it says there. Strange sumo stickers increasing in Shibuya. So, to explain this leaderboard, or if you haven't used 2chan or 4chan yet, we have here an leaderboard, image board, where people can just write random stuff and give themselves either names, which is called a trip, or can write things anonymously. And these kind of leaderboard... Why am I saying leaderboards? These kind of image boards are very popular in Japan. I think even schools have personal image boards. Yeah, and people just write there about rumors, interesting news, memes, anime, all kinds of stuff. So, lately stickers with the face of a sumo wrestler of them have been appearing around Shibuya. Commonly known as sumo stickers, nobody knows who's putting them up or why. Everything about them is shrouded in mystery. You started seeing them on signs and guardrails all over Shibuya 5 or 6 years ago. There are a lot of stickers put up by graffiti artists, but Shibuya in particular has a huge number of these sumo stickers. Some have speculated that they're a message from a terrorist group, or perhaps a cult. But as of now, there's nothing more than a hypothesis. When I asked about the stickers, a 41-year-old man who worked at the Jinan Shibuya hair salon said, "They're creepy. Welcome to the stream, Appraisal." I wish whoever it was would stop destroying the Shibuya landscape. Sometimes residents will take them down only to see them reappear later. Shibuya Hall says, quote, "We're continuing our community outreach efforts to help senior life since 2015. That's cool. I don't remember you either because you probably renamed. I also renamed. Like, my first name was Taiko-tan. And then I became Hata-tan, and then Hata VNI, and now I'm Shinsekai no Hata, which is the same name as my Twitter. So, to keep some consistency with my usernames. Yeah. What's your name? Or what was your name? Follow H? I don't think I have a Nightbot installed right now. Because, like, I completely reset up my stream. Nakanen? Sorry, dude, I don't remember that name. Probably not. Was it when I still streamed Osu? Maybe. Okay, so the interesting thing about the sumo stickers is that those are actually based on an actual story. Let me... Sumo stickers... Japan. Urban myth? Urban myth? Urban legend? Fuck. Sumo stickers. I can only find random sumo stickers, but I kinda know. Japan. How do I find it? Rumor. Fuck. Mystery. Ah, there it is. Wait, it's not? It's not based on a real story? God damn it. I thought it was. Oh! No, 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 it is. It is. Where's the source? I think I'm going to implement this. Ah, here. Rikishi-Seal. That was the name. Rikishi-Seal. Oops. Watashi to Tokyo. I don't know, I can only find a blog or something. But yeah, it actually is a real rumor or a real urban myth. No, how do you say it in Japanese? Toshi densetsu. A town rumor, pretty much. Or town legend? Urban legend? Yeah, that's the word. Or urban legend. So yeah, these sumo stickers kept popping up in Japan and also in this game. And they are kinda, yeah, very scary. It's like two sumo faces put together. And yeah, I'm not going to read out all these messages, sorry. At this point, only a few people were talking about the sumo wrestler stickers. Am I seeing this right? What the hell? I just did a screenshot of... No, that was not intended. Fuck! Whatever. When I'm tabbing out of the game, I'm actually writing on Discords. You can join our Discord. Oh, wait, can I set up a Discord? Do I have a command? No, I don't. Discord? It's a visual novel Discord, so... Yeah, it's the visual novel Discord of our German, pretty much discontinued website. At this point, at least, discontinued. We're going to probably continue it someday, but not now. Let me give you a link. Yes. I'm a digital native. Where do I find the link? Wait. Official announcements. Ah, here it is. United, can you make a command? Do I need to make Nightbot join? I honestly don't know anything about stream tech anymore. I'm happy I was able to set up this improvised overlay. The background is, by the way, from Serial Experiments Lane. I don't know what bot I use. Wait, I used Nightbot. I know that for a fact years ago. Nightbot. Nightbot TV. Let me quickly log in. Log in with Twitch. Oh, yeah, I know. God damn it! The stupid two-factor authentication, man. Join channel. Okay, so Nightbot is now joining our channel. Let's see. Add Nightbot. Not there. And did it join? Uptime? Nope, it didn't. God damn it. The 7th. The suicide that took place during a Nico Neo stream, right? I read that article. This is, by the way, our protagonist.
ネットではこっちみんなって言い方が主流になってきてる。
What's his name? Fuck.
で、
Taku.
これが
Takuru.
その生放送の
Takuru,
感想。
yeah. Miyashiro Takuru. Oh, it's in the corner. I'm fucking stupid. Holy fuck today. We don't know for sure it was a suicide. The don't look at me case. That's the case where the guy cuts his arm. Yeah, as you can see here.
それも見た。つうか一緒に見ただろ
で、これがその現場の建物。尾上が昨日さらに追加してきた。
う。それも知ってるって。
Wait. Huh? Where's my link? My god, I told people that I'm going to stream, but what I didn't implement was the fucking link of the stream. My god, I'm so stupid today. Holy shit, bro. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. I just say oof. I know that too.
で、これがその部屋の中。
うっそ、お前撮ったの？いつ？てかどうやって？
Oh, his name was still not mentioned. He's still the schoolboy. Until then, Ito had been disinterestedly pointing his camera at the colorful decorations in the hallway, but this got his attention. Of course it did. No one else had seen these pictures yet.
先週末な。現場向かいのカラオケボックスの5階の部屋から見えるんだよ。
マジで？
By the way, if you want, I can explain or mention some Japanese terms that are interesting, so you can increase your vocabulary. Battle zum Zuschauer, na klar. Klar, vor allem Frauen. Uhu. I always love to look at the backgrounds of visual novels. There's so much detail in there. Shiba X, Mile Age, Karaoke, Creighton's Grand Cafe. It feels like a actual city. Like, it's beautiful. It's not just things of relevance that are there. You can just look around like in a canvas.
何？お前一人で入ったのか？
So what? You went in by yourself?
いやいや、カラオケボックスに人から？
仕方ないだろ。別に恥ずかしいことじゃない。それに歌ったわけじゃないから、正確には人からとは言わない。
Okay, so I actually find this very cringe. Like, I wouldn't go to a karaoke place by myself, but I actually go to the cinema alone. And when I told that to one of my ex-girlfriends, like a lot of years ago, they laughed at me because, oh, it's so pathetic. You don't go alone to the cinema, man. You always go with a group of friends. That's so pathetic. I can pronounce this word. It's so pathetic to go alone to the cinema alone. It's dumb. Why? I just go to the cinema because I want to watch the film, not to sit around with other people crunching popcorn next to me and, I don't know, dumb. I didn't know it, so it took a long time. And actually, I'd never been to a karaoke place. Going alone to the cinema is Gucci. Actually, that was interesting. Just recently, I was alone in the cinema watching Parasite, the Parasite movie. And I realized when I sat down, my Japanese instructor was sitting behind me, and two other people from my university classes were sitting in a row in front of me. So I wanted to go alone, but I didn't go alone because all the people around me, I actually know them already. That was dumb.
よし、ここは OK。次行こうぜ。
めんどく 臭いな。
Also, I didn't expect that my Japanese instructor would watch a Korean movie, but they were very interested in it. And Parasite is a fantastic movie. You have to watch it. It's so good. But I don't want to gush about Parasite because we play Chaos Child. I went over to the GM, yeah. We went over to the gym from the second floor hallway. It was filled with students laughing over who knows what. The whole school was getting ready for the culture festival next week. This year's festival was supposed to be a big one. Hekiho Academy was the first private high school built as part of the restoration efforts, and so it was attracting a lot of attention. Let's actually read some of the new tips. Hekiho Academy, a private academy in Udagawacho, Shibuya. A mid-sized academy composed of a middle school and high school with over 1,000 students in total. In German, we would call this a Gesamtschule. Means a school where two types of schools are thrown together and all the students attend the same classes, and yeah, it's kind of dumb. Because there's always class differences then on the schoolyard, and it's stupid because I don't know. I didn't like it. When I was in Gymnasium, which is the high school here, we had the Realschule, which is kind of a different school type that only goes up to the 10th grade next to it. And on the schoolyard, there was always like fights between groups of the different schools, like who's cooler and who has the better clothes. It's totally stupid. I always stayed inside in the hall where people were eating and doing their homework, usually belated. The 5-year anniversary fair last year had affected the whole town. And since the school was in Shibuya too, it would include us. We were just a simple high school, but our culture festival was being treated as a prelude to the big one, and supposedly there would be TV cameras filming the day of the event.
うわ、あのパチモンの着ぐるみ大丈夫かよ。つかなんで今来てんだ?
Oh, that's interesting. He says costumes in the text, but he says kigurumi in the voice line. And kigurumi pretty much means like a full-on costume suite. Like, I don't know, it's like a mascot wearing a full-body suit, or how do you say it? In Japan, there is this kigurumi trend where people dress up like puppets. Like, not puppets, like figurines? I don't know, they kind of look like, puppets like girls play with. It's strange. And they have anime eyes, and it's kind of creepy. Like, I think it's creepy. Ito turned his camera towards a group of people pretending to be pro wrestlers. Yeah, so I guess in this case it's just costumes, like a costume festival. Ito and I were in the newspaper club, and it was our job to record the festivities. The principal had ordered that all clubs were to participate in the culture festival, and recording the festivities was our way of getting by without having to do much work. Recording video and taking photos was my hobby, and more than anything, it seemed like the way that would demand I burn the fewest calories. Yeah, so like taking photos, just one click with the finger, I don't think that's the biggest exertion of energy. Ooh. I couldn't see myself participating in any of the usual festival nonsense, like the baseball team's fried baseball ice cream stand. The fuck? What's that? Fried baseball ice cream. Okay. Which was probably just regular fried ice cream in a... What is fried ice cream? I know shaved ice. Like, kakegori. But what is fried ice cream? Let me Google that. Fried ice cream. It actually exists? Deep fried ice cream. Okay. Frittiertes Speiseeis. Okay. Frittiertes Speiseeis ist eine Nachspeise, die vor allem in Nordamerika verbreitet ist. Okay. Fried baseball ice cream. A fried ice cream is a dessert that's very popular in North America. That's the Americans, man. Oh, Kaito Cross. Welcome. Kaito Cross is someone that played Chaos Head on stream already, and I just modded him because he's a fairly good friend of mine, and also a participant on our website. If we were actually make some content, if we actually were to make some content, but they probably don't have anything better to do. Don't pull my whiskers. Hige? Hige means beard. So whiskers are like this beard you have on the side of your cheek? I don't know. Antennae. Ah, no. It's like a cat. Here, the cat hair thingy in the face. What do you think? If they were antennae, wouldn't you look cuter if you ripped them off? No, wait. What are whiskers? God damn it. English is hard. Whiskers. Schnurrhaare. Okay. So it's actually the cat hair in the face. I get it. Do I really have to answer such a stupid question? It's okay. Goddamn normies. Go die in a fire. Really? Takuru is a normie? I never... What? Oh, he threw the camera. Nice. Imagine not getting strangled by your friend. Did you betray me? Did you lose a level? When did you get a girlfriend? Yeah, real. We're going to see Ito being angry quite a lot in this game. This camera is called Hentax. I never noticed that. I never noticed that this camera is called Hentax. That's probably the tags for watching hentai. Okay, bad. I relaxed and handed the camera back to Ito. Shh. Right-siders. Okay, so let's see what right-siders means. Someone on the right side of the digital or information divide. A right-sider has the necessary skills and environment to make use. Pentax is a camera brand. Is it an actual brand? Like they use the actual title? Or is it like a fictional brand, just like a letter changed? A right-sider has the necessary skills and environment to make use of information and communications technology, such as the internet, allowing them to quickly find, share, and receive high-quality information. Yeah. I think in the modern age, it's quite hard to find actual information as well on the internet, because there's so much fake information, so much fake news, conspiracy theories. It's kind of rampant. You really have to look for the right information which is not politically tainted or biased into a certain kind, I don't know, political direction, something. It's hard. Like you can't trust Google News or something because it's all full of clickbait and terrible. Originally the term netizen existed as an antonym. Okay, interesting.
昨今のリア充は本当の意味で現実が充実しているかどうか、つまりやりたいことができているかどうかで判断されるんだ。
Okay, that's
そう
good.
いう意味で僕はリア充だ。だから暇に任せてふざけているあいつらはリア充なんかじゃないんだよ。言葉は正しく使え。
Okay, wait. When it first came into use, simply having friends was enough to qualify one as a normie, but gradually this requirement shifted into having a lover. But this too is changing. The modern definition of normie is now someone whose life is truly satisfying. Ryaju. That is, someone who is doing what they really want to do. In that sense, I'm a normie. That's an interesting interpretation. So pretty much, I don't know, if you're a homeless person and you like being homeless, you are a normie in his book. That's dumb. Just being a wrong-sider by itself isn't a sin these days. He's such a hypocrite, holy shit. After I finished my lecture, I saw that Ito was staring at me wordlessly. What? Did he not understand it? I'd walk him through the entire etymology.
いやしろ。
なんだよ。
お前はリア充じゃないよ。言葉は正しく使おうな。
なぜだ。
リア充はそんなこと言わない。
は？だからなんでだ。それに補強するなら女子の知り合いもいるんだぞ。もちろん男も。
I don't know, just from the way Takuru sometimes speaks, it makes me feel he is really insecure about his own identity.
だからリア充はそんなこと言わないんだよ。
理由はなんだ。理由はさらに付け加えるならな。
I quickly swallowed my words.
ファッションの勉強だってしているんだ。
That's a bit gay. You know, you don't really need fashion these days. Just look at Steve Jobs. He just wears one set of clothes. Okay, he doesn't wear anything anymore, but he did. So, you don't really have to be too concerned about what kind of stuff you wear. Like, I wear t-shirts I buy at conventions and cheap stores like C&A and Primark, and I feel great in them because they fit well. They are not the best and the most robust thing. Like, throw them in the washing machine too often, and they are kind of they kind of get very thin and terrible. But I don't know. Wearing them is fine.
なんでもない。とにかく僕はな。
But I can kind of identify with Takuru because there's, how to say it? Like, for example, when I get into a new fandom or a new group, I learn a lot about that group and a lot about that fandom. So it's not to fit in, but it's to not get left behind, you know? So if I were to seriously chase women, I would also look up stuff like style, rhetorics, interesting stuff, like self-help stuff. I was actually in a phase of self-help, and it didn't work well because I didn't feel like myself doing all this dumb stuff. Sentai Rangers, oh, Power Rangers, okay. Why didn't they translate it? Like, usually you localize stuff like this to Power Rangers, right? But now it's Sentai Rangers.
バカじゃないの？
それか、体に直接塗るか、受け取れればいいんでしょ。
First, we have the super chill image of this school with the chill music, and then he thinks, and yeah, the dead person. Nice. Nice change of pace. Power Rangers are crap. Okay. Get on.
可愛くなくね？もうちょっとどうにかなんね。
Let's look around here. I actually don't like that the people in the background don't have faces. I like when the backgrounds are so detailed that you can make out every face. But I think it's like a stylistic device because these characters are pretty much useless for the plot. Like, they are not major characters, so you just save time. And there are also kanji in the top there, but Can I read them? No, I can't. The first is love, the second is heart, the third is moon, and the last is... fuck, it's the man from manga. Laziness? Dullness? Something like that. These eyes, where are they? No.
可愛くないとか言うな。てか、
ゲロカエルンってあんな語尾で喋るキャラクターだったっけ？
Ito has just finished recording the going-ons. The goings-on. The goings-on? Is this English? In the classroom. Okay, so now we can finally pick... Can we? No, we can't! Why? Wait, which button is it? Huh? Why I can't choose a delusion trigger? Do I have to click with the mouse? Scroll? Ah! I have to press L3 and R3. Okay. Now I got it. So, let's throw a coin. Where's my coin? I lost a coin. Nice. Oh, god damn it. And let's get a new one. Let's take this €2 coin. I think it fell down. And heads is the positive trigger, and the number is the negative trigger. And it's the number. So, time to get the negative trigger. Ito tilted his head in confusion. Trigger on.
そうだゲロゲロ。
That's right, Gero Gero. Oh god.
俺たちそんな話し方じゃないゲロ。カエルなめんなゲロ。
Yeah, so now we have some frogs talking to our delusional Takuru. Suddenly, the Gero froggies all stood up on their own. There were easily more than 30 of them. It took me a second to process what I was seeing, but who could blame me? Who wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of Gero froggy dolls started walking around on their own free will? He's going cray-cray, yeah. The next thing we knew, we were surrounded. We were like frogs in the clutches of a hungry snake. Or maybe humans in the clutches of angry frogs?
何これ？ぬいぐるみが喋ってる。
なんだこれキモ超ウケる
俺たちをバカにする奴らは許さんゲロ。
They sound like when like small rascals in anime. For example, in ReZero, the first rascals that Subaru encounters, they sound exactly like these idiots. What the fuck? I have to rehear this line. I have to rehear this line. That's some impressive voice acting. Their eyes weren't smiling. This felt really bad. Nice, Yakuza frogs. One of my classmates carelessly approached the green Gero froggy. Sha! Ugh, disgusting. It was too late. The green Gero froggy launched itself like a missile at his mouth, then forced its way down his throat. Then it ripped its way out of his stomach from the inside. Oof. Something long, pink, and glistening slid out from the gaping hole in his stomach. Intestines. Ugh. That's when the screaming began. No one escaped the classroom alive. The Gero froggies showed no mercy. They indiscriminately slaughtered both boys and girls. Oh my god, these sounds, dude. Sounds like ASMR, but gone bad. And I was the least lucky of them all. I was the last survivor. And there we see his delusion, because even in his delusions, he's the hero or the survivor. If only they'd killed me sooner, I wouldn't have to had pissed myself in despair, trapped in a classroom where the walls were covered in blood and guts and brains. I wouldn't have to see my classmates die.
お前は実験台にしてやるゲロ。
人間パペットだゲロ。
Ningen Papetto. Nice.
俺たちがお前の中に入って操ってやるゲロ。
Oh.
やめてくれ。
すぐ楽になるから安心しろだゲロ。シャー
And Takuru is dead. The green frog leapt towards my mouth. A huge wet lump forced its way down my windpipe and inside of me. Oh, these sounds, bro! The sound design is amazing. I should have chewed off my own tongue and died that way with a frog in my throat. But it was too late for regrets now. And the delusion ended. Finally. Honestly, I don't understand Takuru in this. Like, his delusions, they must be noticeable to the outside, right? Like, yell or, I don't know, maybe making a weird facial expression or something. But instead, the other characters don't really notice it. That's like something out of a cheesy horror movie. It's like his delusions are self-contained, like a daydream. Wrongsiders these days preferred big budget action movies. Something like this would never sell to them. Well, I like some B-movies, so why not? I erased the stupid simulation from my mind and decided to get back on topic. And actually, this delusion wasn't even that bad for a horror movie. I just, who was it? Do you know the Attack of the Killer Tomatoes or something? Yeah, Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. That was a terrible movie, but it was like a parody on terrible B-movies. And yeah, like the scene was kind of similar. And there we have another case. The image is from the 19th of this month. There we have the street musician. Oops, I already speeded again. God damn it. Wait. The street musician got killed, and yeah, they just sit there in a playing position, but their their stomach is cut open. My God, my ability to talk today is terrible. I knew how he felt. The Hikiho Academy Newspaper Club had been the first in the nation to upload a video version of the school paper to Nikoniya. Our papers dealt with anything involving Shibuya. We'd done a special on the Shibuya restoration once that local paper had written about. We won a special prize at a city journalism contest, and the video got over 80,000 views despite being boring as hell. After that, though, I could understand being upset at the fact that new videos dealings with goings on in Shibuya weren't breaking 2 digits. We actually have a storm outside here, so I kinda closed the blinds today because I don't want my window to rattle. And audible in the stream. Oh, I was the one who put the cameraman do your damn job tag on. That angle was crap, man. A boyfriend and girlfriend walked in, evidently back from shopping. Their arms were full of ghetto froggy stuffed animals. Ito hadn't noticed them. I looked at my classmates who were already beginning to play with their new toys and said, you can tell your average teenager's information level by knowing what sites they go to. What sites does an average teenager go to these days? Twitter, definitely. Tumblr? 9gag maybe? 4chan if they are a bit edgy. Instagram, definitely. Mastodon if they are like an IT person, I guess. Facebook? No, Facebook is for boomers. like all this kind of social media stuff. Yeah, interesting. A lot of interesting sites. Reddit, definitely Reddit. Stack Overflow. yeah. If they want to copy some parts from Stack Overflow, okay, I get it. Yeah. Smartphones and Pokecoms. What are Pokecoms? Pocket computers. Pokecoms had become a religion to the modern teenager, and the information they gained from these portable terminals had a huge influence on their lives. Some people only looked at SNSs like Twipo, Twitter, Line, and Facebook. Facebook. Nice. Facebook. Others at 8chan and Nikonia. Oh, YouTube, definitely. YouTube. I also get a lot of information from YouTube, depending on what kind of political spectrum information I want to see. But I don't watch the official news, more like blogs and people who do research on their own, but not like some sham YouTubers, pretty much informational YouTubers. But they looked at all those things, as well as their favorite celebrity blogs, the big 8chan aggregators, and then whatever humor sites were popular at the moment. I think that's 9gag or Reddit. At this point, it's probably Reddit. All of these people were wrong-siders. And the scary thing was that these days, 9 out of 10 wrong-siders were teenagers. Terrible generation, I know. Gero Froggy launched 6 years ago with a cell phone strap that had gotten popular for reasons no one ever understood. And then, lately, a combination of Gero Froggy memes on Twipo, as well as an amateur anime posted on Nikonia. If I remember right, it was a talking, dancing frog singing anime themes. Had created a fad, though I hated to use the word for something so stupid. It amazed me that people honestly believed that the ribbit sounds made by the female actress in those videos were from the original, or that the original was the stuffed animal that had come out recently and not the phone strap. My guess was that they only got the information from Twipo. Takuru, you're not going with the times, man. You don't gender words correctly, man. You know, a man can also be a waitress. No, they can't. This was one of the reasons I joined the newspaper club. I didn't want to end up like them. Anyway. Hey, Funerific! What's up? We're still in the first chapter, so we don't really spoil that much. A girl, evidently one in charge of the waitresses, was talking to me. Who was she again? Fujita? Fujimoto? I think there was a Fuji.
Nani? Tanaka-san.
What is it, Tanaka? Tanaka is the most popular or the most used name in Japan, I think. Right after Suzuki. Tanaka, Suzuki, Yamamoto, and I think there was a fourth name. I forgot it. Like these three names are the most popular in Japan. You hear them everywhere. Oh, and always like with the similar kanji, which is big and the rice field. Tanaka, I was totally wrong. Also, Tanaka is kinda a word used for, how do you say it? If you don't really want to specify a person, like it's just a Japanese guy, you just call him, oh, it's that Tanaka. I found that out yesterday when I watched a video of Daigo Umehara, who is a very big Street Fighter V player, who then made jokes about a Tanaka who made bad combos. So it's just like a Japanese player who made bad combos. Interesting. Alright, they were going to make their own version of the Nikonia videos where they wore costumes and danced. Well, what was she telling me what to do? I didn't volunteer to videotape it. You guys forced me. Well, it was better than being told to dance or make props myself.
その
Takuru is so insecure, man.
フィックスじゃなくていろいろ動かせっていうことですか？
What's a fix? A video recording term refers to the act of fixing a camera in a single place and recording without moving it. Okay, Steadicam.
フィックスよくわかんないけど。
よくわかんないけどね。
できますよ。アップでもなんでも。
Huh? What did he say?
フィックス
できますよ。アップでもなんでも。
アップ。
本当？いや。
アップ? Up means close up? I only understand when Japanese say the word up, it's a short form for upload. You write it with the U? Yeah. You write it with the Japanese U? Wait. Here? And then a P. This way Japanese have a short form for upload something. Uppu. But probably it means close up too. Interesting. Honestly, if I were to translate this, I would be confused at that point because I would have translated it at, oh, we can do it. We can also upload it too. I don't know. Japanese is such an ambiguous language, and then all the slang that comes into it. Oh, it's terrible. Funerific is a translator, so he probably knows what I'm talking about. Don't scare me like that. I was so nervous. I was sweating a little. Ito was looking at me and sighing. What?
お前やっぱリア充じゃないわ。
No way you're Nomi, man. What?
相変わらず慣れない相手だと挙取るし、丁寧語だし。
I had 9 before. I don't know. I also didn't expect any viewers, but we are friends. You freak out whenever you're talking to someone new.
しょうがないだろ。いきなりだったんだから。
And what's more, I made it a policy not to talk to anyone unless it was necessary. This was the first time in quite a while I'd spoken to any of my classmates but Ito.
どうだった？
なんか自慢されてなかった？フィックスとかなんとか。
Is this a joke? Like, is this a pun? I don't get the pun. What did... Fix means the camera is fixed, but why he's bragging? It's probably a joke that goes over my head. Technobabble. Ah, by the way, Nowhere, or Ghost, this is the, the Committee of Zero version, 1.0. I don't know if it's the newest version, you can probably tell me. But it has the changes from normals to normie, and I think an updated opening video too. I don't know if it's translated, but we'll see. They'd already started to spread meaningless information. Stop it! Hearing whispers about me in the classroom brought back bad memories. I was starting to have a hard time breathing.
おい、大丈夫か？
I must have looked like I was in pain. It's not from what I've seen on the CO0 website. Does the new patch or the newest patch change a lot? Because then I would apply it like after the intro, after the first chapter. I must have looked like I was in pain because Ito was looking at me with concern on his face. I quickly nodded to show that I was fine.
陰口は聞こえないように言えってのな。しかも自慢でもうんちくでもなんでもないっての。
別に気にしてないよ。藤田さんは
誰だよ。
Who is Fujita?
田中さんは情弱なだけなんだから。
That's right. It wasn't worth worrying about. Which came along with the latest Steam update. This version isn't Steam. Well, okay. No, it's not Steam. It's GOG, I think. Yeah. It's GOG. She was just ignorant. I don't know if that's a different version or something, but it's not bought on Steam. That's the point. Ito looked over at our other classmates who were having fun.
だく、オポチュニストが。
Obdurate as hell. Opportunisto. Interesting. So that's a Loan word from English. Obdurate? Uh-oh. What did I mean again? I knew I heard it before. I don't know what it means. I would need to look it up. I ran a search on my Pokecom, making sure not to let Etho see. Obdurate. Stubbornly refusing to change out of a lack of pity or remorse. Ruthless. Stubbornly refusing to change. Interesting. Cool word.
そうだな。言い当ててると思う。みんなと同じ方向にひよってるだけだよ。
まったくな。
By the way, Ghost, how's the volume of the game compared to my voice? Because I couldn't really test the volume of the game. Ito nodded, annoyed. Good. Looks like he didn't find out.
いつの時代もスクールカーストの底辺にいる俺らオタクは
Okay, nice.
上部にいる方たちに話のネタを提供する運命なのか。
Guys, I promise that I will get a better mic stand, which is not, paper or kitchen roll, kitchen towels. And I will also get a pop filter because, like I pronounce a lot of PKT sounds, which blow into the mic and probably make it peak. So I need to get a pop filter at some point. School-cased system. A natural hierarchy among students that develops in a classroom environment. It's impossible to define all of the factors that go into determining this hierarchy, but attractiveness. I'm barely able to hear background music. Okay, well then I wait. How do I open the menu? Ah, okay. R2. Config? Oh no, is there a thunderstorm outside? Please don't. Oh! Why is the voice volume so low? It should be higher. Definitely higher. BGM. Let's try this. No. Honestly, I hate it when Japanese games change the A and B button or the X and square button in this. Yeah. Okay, it should be better now. Hold it. The school case system wasn't something I cared about, but...
おい、僕はオタクじゃないぞ。
またかよ。
またってなんだ。理屈に合わないことが気持ち悪いだけだ。一石。いい、
ぶたなくていい。
オタクの定義は流動していて、当初あった悪いイメージは徐々に払拭されつつあるけれど。
Oh yeah, interesting. The definition of the word otaku is changing. Otaku first has been a word. It started as a word to designate your home, your own home, and that's like the otaku, where you live. And then there was a murder in 1995, I think, or 1995 or 1998, something, by Miyazaki Tsutomu. And since then, the word otaku had bad connotations, like, oh god, these otaku murders, these otaku are all terrible people, etc. And nowadays it's just anime fan or someone obsessed with anything. Kinda like nerd here, but I think you know what an otaku is, right? What? Even now in 2015, it still mostly serves to denote those obsessed with anime, light novels, video games, and idols. Trains too. I thought I saw a boy reading a light novel turn toward me, but I didn't care. Well, light novels are mostly isekai, so kinda dumb. Ah, Blood Tune. Not saying fuck. Ghost, do you know what anime Blood Tune is referring to? Like, it's an anime with magical girls and music. So if I think about that, it's probably like Symphogear. Right? I don't know. Maybe you don't know. No, I mean what anime is referring to in real life, like the equivalent to it, because the game has a lot of references to actual anime and actual stuff.
素晴らしきかな我が人生や二人のベロニカとかの名画を検索しようとす
It's
ら
no
せず
different than people.
同じようなアニメばっか見て
The two Veronicas or It's My Wonderful Life. I don't get that. Fictional, a joint production between France and Poland, directed by Krzysztof Kieślowski. Chronicles a little... Okay, if it's fictional, I don't care. And where was the other thing? Facebook. Yeah, I could read the other stuff too. I do that later. It's My Wonderful Life. An American movie released in 1946, directed by Blanc Capra. Depicts the life of a man and the strange miracle he encounters on Christmas Eve. Oh, so this is the... fuck, what was the name? The thing with Uncle Scrooge and Christmas Story? I think it's a Christmas Story. Yeah.
このアニメを見てないやつ
Ah,
は
Christmas
にわか
Carol,
だっ
right.
たり
Thanks. And say anyone who hasn't seen the show is a casual.
わかったって。
数列都市や冬の庭とかの名著ああいいよねとか嘘ついて済ませてラノベばっか読んでいる
Cities in Sequence. A hard science fiction novel written by Greg Morgan in 1949 depicts a humanity who has begun to live in virtual reality and its thoughts on immortality. Ooh, we live in virtual reality. I honestly don't know what that could refer to. Maybe I thought it's like Brave New World, but no, it's
そう
not.
いう自分の好きな知識しか
Oh, what was the other thing? I honestly love that this game has so many keywords and tips because you learn so many interesting facts about like Japanese slang and like online terminology. It's cool. What was it again? The two Veronicas? No, we had that. Here, what was it? Winter's Garden. A novella published in 1992 by Kazumi Yuki depicts a relationship between three sixth-grade boys and his new senior citizen who lives alone. Okay, cool.
吸収しないやつを言うんだオタクって
カメラオタクってなんか怪しいイメージあるよな。
I feel Japanese people can probably associate the references in this way better. Like the translation can't really do it justice unless they
別に人様に迷惑かけなければいいんじゃん
explicitly name drop what's
好きなん
happening.
でしょ
うちだってジョニオタだし。
Oh, that's interesting. You know what a Johnny Otaku is? Johnny is the name for an idol, like a music, how do you say it? A music association in Japan that exclusively features male idols. Like male singers like Kenshi Yonezu. Yeah, that's Johnny's. That's an interesting word people don't know. And it's not even like marked. That's cool. More than anything. I don't want to just be the same as you people. It, by the way, refers to an American who, or half American, half Japanese, who opened this music business. And that's why it's called Johnny's. And then the door to the classroom flew open. Boom! Let's see. What do we pick? Negative, positive, and it's negative again. Cool. Like negative. A female student was looking in. She must have been in a hurry because she was a little out of breath. She brushed her long hair out of her eyes and was about to come inside.
ノノどうしたの？
Oh, it's Nono.
おお上帝ちょうどよかった
Empress. That's a haughty title. The whole class started to talk to her.
ちょっと
She was about to say something when her foot caught on one of the cables running across the room. And she suddenly tripped. I moved quickly. She staggered forward, but I reached out my hand to keep her from falling. Kaito... What the fuck? Man, Takuru makes some weird sounds, man. For some reason, I felt a powerful impact on the top of my skull as I slammed into the ground. My vision went black. I was about to pass out. What the heck just happened?
説明しよう。つまずいた女帝はバランスを立て直そうとしてなぜかその場でジャンプし、勢い余って空中できれいに体をひねった。
First I only do the common route. And after the common route, I think I'll use a guide to do the routes in the correct order. I could also play it without a guide, but I think I would ruin the experience for myself because I have to admit I haven't played all the routes of Chaos Child yet. I only played the common route and the route that comes right after. I think it was Kazuki? I'm not sure.
その結果、駆け寄った宮代の頭に見事なフライングニールキックをお見舞いする形になったのだ。
As a result, she handed a perfect flying roundhouse kick to Miyashiro's head.
宮代、見事な KO 負けだったぜ。
No, I'm just going through the common route, just throwing a coin to what delusion I pick. Given that was just one possibility, I probably shouldn't do anything. She almost tripped, but managed to keep her balance. Balance in English. She smiled a bit and took a deep breath. All the students around her, boys and girls alike, began to move. They surrounded her as if they were welcoming a long-lost family member.
ちょっと誰？こんなところにケーブル置きっぱなしにしたの。危ないな。
That's a lame way to do delusions. It was nice and Chaos said how Protag experienced everything personally. Huh? He does experience things personally, like... It depends. You just saw one of the delusions where he doesn't. No, that's just for this one scene.
女帝、大丈
Or
夫
a
か？
few of the scenes.
ええ、気にしないで。
She answered them with a smile. I felt like our eyes met. I looked away without thinking. Kurusu Nono, the first student council president of Hikiho Academy.
あのさ、うちの喫茶でキッチン側とそれ以外のこっち側のなんてのお客さんスペースってか。
Actually, now that I'm playing Chaos Child on stream, I kind of read into the sentences a bit deeper. Like, it's kind of close reading. Not only reading out, but also thinking about it and implementing it into the things I already know and, yeah, the context. And also, like, picking out references to stuff that are not explained or that I can explain with my knowledge. It's interesting. I like streaming visual novels, but they are very time-consuming. Well, so for our coffee, we got the children, and the other part, what do you call it? Where the customers sit. Kurusu smiled as little as she spoke. Wait, sorry. You mean the hall?
そうそう、ホールだ。そのさ、間を仕切る暗幕の数の調整ってワックンしてくれた？
調整？涌井先生が増田君にそう言ったの？
Wait, they call Wakui Sensei Mr. Wacky. Nice.
聞いてない？
ええ。ということは絶対やってないでしょうね。わかった。私から言っておく。
大丈夫？なんか女帝。
Yes, very time consuming.
目つけられてんじゃん。てか、怖がられてんじゃん。
Well, I have a semester break now, so can actually stream a lot of visual novels and games. But I tell you, reading out for, like, I don't know, 5 hours, 10 hours without a break is probably very damaging. Well, Ghost, I'm probably going to stream more often than Kaito does, because I'm not busy now. Nice. Sint.
生徒会長なんて生徒側から学校側に無理難題を押し付けるためにいるものでしょ。大丈夫。なけなしの権力を振りかざすから。あと増田君、女帝はやめて。
Masuda-kun, okay.
Oh, thank you, 女帝。
They are bullying her.
なんだね。
By the way, interesting. The word jote, female female thingy. Wait. That's written like this. Where have it? Oh nah. It's written like this. The first kanji means woman, or yeah, woman, and the second means emperor, or empress in this sense. Jote. It's cool. Now listen you. It's also the te you have in teikoku, or in God, I don't know. Most of the boys in the class called Kurusu Empress as a joke. Yeah, maybe funorific, but you can help me when I'm messing up. She gotten the name after becoming a hero to her fellow students through gallant deeds, like putting an end to the principal's endless homeroom speeches. Not to mention bringing more types of bread into the school store. Honestly, as a German, I don't even know what homeroom means. Like, is this a certain... I don't know, in German it's the teacher talks to the class the 5 minutes before the lesson begins. And then you have the full lesson, and then 5 minutes break to go to the next room where you have your next class. We don't really have homeroom, like a... I don't know, we have it in elementary school, where the... Homeroom? Yeah, where the teacher sits down with the kids and the kids eat their breakfast and something, and then they talk about organizational stuff. But yeah, it's not a thing in Germany. Ah, okay, cool. You know, another thing that's very cringe in Germany, when you're like in grade 5 to 7, you always sit on your chairs, then you stand up, like in Japan with chakuseki and kiritsu and something, and then you say things like "Guten Morgen, Herr Lehrer." So you greet the teacher in unison, and it's so cringe. I hated it every time. And our teacher was like, after 8th grade, "No, please don't do that. It's so terrible. Don't do it. You don't even hit the right notes." So people were like just very lazily saying, "Guten Morgen, Herr." It's so bad. Just don't. Well, in Japan, it's different. Like, there's the council president who says something like, what stand up? Kiritsu. Then the students all stand up. And then chakuseki is when they sit down. And it's like the same procedure every lesson. It looks cool. Like, it's very disciplined. Ah, yeah, true, Ray. Kiritsu, chakuseki. I get it. Oh, 9th grade. That's actually later than ours. She even knew the names of students in other classes. The top of the school caste system. That was the first phrase that came to mind. And then...
Takuru, 話があるの。ちょっと来てくれる?
That's actually... Ah, okay. Kurusu walked all the way over to me and Ito. Her expression was so kind. It seemed like she had to be putting on some kind of act. I could see that all the people who'd been surrounding her were staring at me. Takuru tackle, yeah. What does the Empress want with the camera kids? Okay. I ignored my classmates' whispers and focused on Kurusu. Her smile seemed fake, as if it had been plastered onto her face. Whenever she smiled like that, it meant she wasn't in a good mood. I wonder if Takuru is actually a popular Japanese name. It feels like a Kira name to me. I'm not sure though. Like when you take an English term and use the katakana and give it to I don't know, your son or your daughter, it kind of often becomes a kira name. A kira name is a name that's so strange that it stands out from ordinary Japanese people. That's like people. The worst case I heard is that people called their kid Pikachu or Sapphire. Well, okay, Sapphire is kind of cool, but still, it's a kira name and not really appreciated by the society. Is Takumi a common name? Takumi is a common name, but I think it's more a female name. Because Mi, like when you end the kanji on a Mi, the name on a Mi, it means beauty, depending on the kanji. For example, you have words like Tsukimi, which means like moon beauty, or you have words like names like Harumi, which means like spring beauty. And Takumi, I don't know what that means pretty much. Yeah, I also know a ramen restaurant called Takumi. It's in Düsseldorf. Or in Düsseldorf. Calling your kid Pikachu? Wait, I actually have proof for that. Pikachu kira name. But that's not only a Japanese concept. I remember back in the days of Facebook, there was someone who had a Facebook page that was, if this page gets 1 million likes, I call my kid Megatron. And they actually did it. Like, they posted the birth certificate calling their kid Megatron. And it was cringe. Her cheeks twitched a little. Crap. Kurusu didn't like it when I called her by her last name.
ちょっと来てくれる？物質。
Yeah, poor kid, man. I could sense a dark aura forming around her, hardly befitting a so-called empress.
来てくれる？
Dude, I'm feeling kinda uncomfortable if she gets so close. She was so close to me.
行こうか。
Yeah, see you later, Kaito.
なあ、宮代。
I also need to get food, but I think I just throw in a tuna pizza. And yeah. Let's go to the club room. Ito couldn't handle the terror. It didn't look like I could talk my way out of this one. Seeing no other choice, I nodded and stood up. Honestly, it's so fun to stream games when you actually have viewers who interact with you. So, like yesterday, I streamed. I had one viewer because it was a terrible stream, and I was very bad at the game I was playing, and the motivation was like 0. But now, when you have at least like 3 viewers, of which 2 interact with you, it's fun. A bot. No. Yeah.
クルス、ちょっと。
グラウンドに出す屋台のコンロの数でしょ。やっぱり一つの屋台につき一つで統一する。
いや、それは。おう。
悪いけど例外はなし。校長に掛け合ったけどダメだったから。人数が多くて不満があるところは私が後で直接説明に行く。
了解。いや、じゃなくて、なんで持ち場離れて。クルス、だから忙しかったら落ち着いたらでいいって。
Why is he so sad?
もう終わった
I
から。
think he's nervous.
ごめんね、川原くん。急ぎなの。
Oh, it's Kawahara. Yeah, this guy will later write the Sword Art Online novel. Terribly. Her tone was gentle but brooked no argument as she hurried to the club room. The joke was that the Sword Art Online author is called Riki Kawahara. Okay, so
宮代、またお前か。今度は何したんだ。
another coin. And it's heads. So a positive delusion. Nice. Hopefully it's not a gay delusion because it's a guy now. I didn't know his first name. He was in the same class as Ito and I, and he was the vice president of the student council.
いやいい。言わなくても分かってる。また例のくだらない記者ごっこだろ。それとも探偵気取りか。
I knew he was giving me a hard time. He didn't like the fact that Kurusu was spending time with me. Oh, he's jealous. What a sassy boy, man.
その
何？
川原君に迷惑はかけてないと思いますけど。
かかってるんだよ。クルスの時間が割かれると同じ生徒会の俺たち全員にな。
Hey, Fana, could you read his kanji? Like this one and this one as Masashi? Honestly, I'm so terrible at names. Like, I always need someone who tells me the name or like a character saying the name, because names are painful in Japanese to read. Usually when I play a eroge, like in Japanese, I have to write down all the names of the characters or I just forget them. And when I'm like reading them, I always say like nani nani for kanji. Or for names. I happened to glance down at Kawahara's belt. The fastener seems to be broken. Well, Kawahara is obviously Kawahara. Like, there is no other way to write it, I guess. That gave me an idea. I yanked down his pants as hard as I could. Oh no! Just like I thought, they came straight off. His underwear was plainly visible.
白ブリーフかよ。
White briefs? Hey, what's bad about that? I'm wearing black briefs. Yeah? I think it's a positive delusion because he's bullying the guy.
君があんまりうるさいから。
For being annoying. Wait. 君はあまりうるさいから。 Fuzakeruna! I love this. Fuzakeruna is such an interesting expression.
川原くん、いいから早く吐きなさい。みっともないでしょ。
No, it's getting bullied.
そんな。
ほら、みんな見てる。
God damn. All the students around us were staring at him and laughing. His face quickly turned red. Okay, so it's a positive delusion because he pretty much gets revenge or he can embarrass the other guy. He pulled up his pants and ran away with tears in his eyes. He looked absolutely miserable. Kawaiso. Sorry. Just imagine that made me feel better. Well, honestly, I wouldn't do that, but the stereotypical wedgie is also a way to embarrass people. I had never had it happen to me because the people in our school had some kind of dignity, but some kids deserve it, I guess. Yanking down someone's pants if they ticked you off was the kind of thing a third grader would do. Yeah, I was above that. I knew that the best way to deal with someone like Kawahara was just to ignore them.
お前、小中と不登校だったんだって?
Honestly, Japanese elementary school kids are weird. There's a concept called kancho, which is pretty much you take your fingers, you put them in like this gun position, and then you pierce it up someone's ass. You pierce it up someone's ass as hard as you can. And that's called kancho, and that's like kids doing to another, or even doing to adults. I don't know if they do it to adults because of respect thing. Maybe if they're a very cheeky kind of itazura kid. But yeah, it's a thing in Japan, and it's probably not very... how do you say it? It's not very... How do you say it? God damn it. Not painful. What's the word? Angenehm. What's angenehm in German? In English. Whatever. It doesn't feel good. My face got hot, and without thinking, I glared accusingly at Kurusu. She quickly shook her head.
川原くん、急いでいるから。
But he kept on staring at me. I felt like he was grinning a little. It pissed me off. But there was nothing I could say. I did the best I could to ignore him and turn away. I ignored what sounded like a little laugh and hurried to the club room. Shit, storm outside. Hey,
違うからね。
hey, Nowhere. Do you also have a storm outside right now? Like, in my town, the storm is going wild. Like, my window is closed and the door still makes noises because the wind is pushing it up and down against the frame. It wasn't me, okay? The second the three of us were alone in the club room. What? Where? Little laugh? He was grinning a little. Ah! What sounded like a little laugh. Okay, yeah. A chuckle. The second the three of us were alone in the club room, her expression changed. Remember to clean up. Do not open. The smile plastered on the student council president's face appeared. This was who she really was.
何が
Honestly, here in this do not open locker, Takuru should hide his Cool Cat magazines in there because no one will ever see them if, yeah, they shouldn't open it, right? So it's like the perfect place to hide porn.
川原くんが言ってたこと。私が。
別に気にし
嘘。
Really, it didn't. Everything about me was different than it used to be.
まあまあ。で、何副部長。話があんでしょ
Huh? Miss Vice President of the Newspaper Club. It is an interesting way to address someone. Kurusu sighed and changed the subject.
タクル、あなたちゃんとご飯食べてるの？少し痩せたんじゃない？
Oh, okay. Huh? Where was this coming from?
これからどんどん寒くなってくるでしょ？住んでるところの防寒対策とかちゃんとしてるんでしょうね。
Ugh. Crap, she was in nag mode. You know what confuses me?
結局就職で提出したんですって？
Takuru is not 18 yet, is he? 20 yet, is he? Like, it doesn't make sense. He can't be 20. So he's technically not an adult. How is he allowed to live in that trailer without child protective services coming to pick him up? I don't know with which age you can live alone in Japan. Okay, see ya, Fana.
調べたのというより話ってそれ
どうなの？ちゃんと食べてるの？
食べてるよ大丈夫だって
I think I'm also hungry because my belly is kind of making sounds and you can hear it in the microphone, I guess. I waved my hand to bring the conversation to a close. I didn't want this to end the way it used to, with a 6-hour lecture about how every aspect of my life was wrong, followed by hard labor as my punishment. The fuck is going on with the door? Wait. So there was just a Chaos Child knocking and I'm going to cut my arm now live for you, so I hope you enjoyed the stream. Just kidding. You skipped school last Friday? What? Why would you skip school on a Friday? Because Friday is usually the day where the school ends after 12. So what was that all about?
サボったよ。別に問題ないだろ。
あるに決まってるでしょ。どこで何してたの？ストレージにアップした画像、あれを撮りに行ってたんじゃないの？
Damn it, I figured that would be it. She was right, the pictures I'd taken from the karaoke box were from last Friday when I skipped school. I'd started staking out the place early that morning and waited for the manager of the condo building to open the curtains.
苦労したんだ。でもおかげで警察以外まだ誰も見てない現場の画像を撮れた。
こうい
How?
う事件ばかり追いかけるのはやめなさいって前から言ってるでしょ。
I kind of think the plot should tell you where Takuru gets his crime info, because it's not a normal thing to know so much about crime and find so much of the information, even if it's online. Like, he's doing very deep research, so he probably knows some specific sites or forums where stuff like this is posted. Well, probably it's the ad channel aggregation sites where he gets his info. But, well, I guess Takuru does some filtering with the info he gets, though. So I don't think he believes everything on the aggregation sites. We'd spent most of our time investigating crimes in Shibuya. Stuff like the attacks on the homeless people that had been flooding the cities ever since the earthquake. And urban legends about a company involved in the rebuilding who put up tons of security cameras all around the city. And the serial arson case where the culprit had never been caught. And now these strange deaths. For her part, Kurusu said that a student paper shouldn't be investigating crimes. She wrote normal, sincere articles and made normal, sincere videos. The video about the Shibuya recovery efforts that had won a prize had been mostly her work.
タクル、今回あなたおかしい。学校をサボってまで事件を追うなんて今までなかったでしょ。
That was true. But the reason why was obvious, right? I was lucky enough to have this huge mystery right in front of me.
今回に関しては学校をサボるのもしょうがないよ。
なぜ？
だって新聞部を立ち上げてから初めて起こった渋谷での大きな事件じゃないか。こんな美味しいネタ。
You know, Ghost, when you're still there, which character do you find better? Like, which background of which character do you find better? Takumi or Takuru? I honestly find Takumi a bit more identifiable, because, you know, his least attendance plan, for example, for university, that's kind of relatable to people I know. And I don't know.
おいしい？
Maybe I'm also hikikomori in this sense. What?
おいしい？
だって
おいしい？
新聞部を立ち上げてから初めて起こった渋谷での大きな事件じゃないか。こんな美味しいネタ。
Oishi neta. Interesting. Oishi means tasty, and in this sense, yeah, this face was bad news. It was scary. Ito was right next to me, so I grabbed him and held him tight.
おい、縦にすんなって。え、縦なの？てか副部長、何その顔？
Great text.
おいしいですって？人が死んでるっていうのに？
違います。すいません。
Stay away from me. I really can't handle this.
すんなって。ちょっと待って、マジで縦なの？
やばい、やばい。
That face was seriously bad news. The Empress was scary enough that she could send a demon running in terror. I'd never even met a demon either. That's just how scary she was.
もう一度言ってくれる？よりによってあなたが人が死んでおいしいですって？
Oh shit. I needed to find some way to stop her. And then I felt the wind rush by my ears. Huh? Oh, obviously. The wind. Yeah, the wind. That's not the wind. That's the force of God. And at the worst possible time, the wind blew through the room. Kurusu didn't even have time to hold on her skirt. Tenisubu Joshi. Okay, so it says schoolgirl in the corner, but the kanji mean female member of the tennis club. I've got it. My eyes were locked with Kurusu's as I heard the sounds from the open window. I hadn't even realized it was open until then. There was a tennis court on top of the special use building. That was probably the tennis team out there. I needed to say something. Was I supposed to tell her that I hadn't seen anything?
副部長白なんですね。イメージ通りというか。
You know, that's what I find interesting. Japan manages it in their stories to use panty color as a way to characterize their characters. Like Nono is this kind of stoic, emotional but innocent kind of character, and she wears white panties. And he refers from the panties to her character. Like, you don't do that in Western fiction, I guess. Like, that's just a Japanese thing. Like, you're a cheeky person, or you're a cheeky person when you wear striped panties, like for example Haruri, and you're a lewd person, or like a erotic open person when you wear black panties, because that's adult, pretty much for Japanese high school girls. I don't know. It's strange. Does it really matter what color my underwear is right now? Asshole. What did she say? Did she say a slur? A swear word? No, she's just angry. She didn't say a swear word in Japanese. I flinched at the sudden noise. Gomene, gomene! I'm sorry. Then I realized I was sure that the sound of Kurusu kicking the wall, or maybe the sound of her murdering Ito. But I was wrong. It was coming from deeper inside the room. That girl. Kazuki, are you here? So, this character is interesting. This character is very interesting. She's a gamer girl, and she plays ESO, I think. I think it's ESO or something like that. It's pretty much the same game that Takumi is playing in Chaos Head, I think. And she's very, very stoic. Like, she says nothing throughout the whole story, I guess. Maybe if I remember incorrectly. But I don't think she speaks that much. Kurusu sighed and pulled off the headphones that Kazuki always wore. ESO 2, yeah. I don't know the long name for it. Empire Sweeper Online, okay. I think that's the same as, what's the name? Phantasy Star Online. Yeah. Abbreviation of Empire Sweeper Online, the sequel to what was once Japan's largest online RPG, MMORPG, Empire Sweeper Online. Like its predecessor, it was well received. While the vast majority of users have moved on to ESO2, the inability to transfer character data from the first game has caused a small number of veteran users to stay with ESO1. The game takes place in the fantasy world of Bazalard, which is modeled after medieval Europe. That's not Phantasy Star Online, that's more like Elder Scrolls Online. Whatever. Look, you're making a dent. Kazuki Hana, the only first-year student in the newspaper club. But forget her, this was my chance. As Kurusu was rubbing the red marks on Kazuki's hand, I said,
とにかく僕は事件を追う。発見があったんだ。もしかしたら大きな手がかりになるかもしれない。
I kinda want to save. Done. No, actually, let me do a real save. Not a quick save. Digital native. Kurusu glared for me in a moment and...
おお、マジか。よし、すぐ準備する。聞かせてくれ。ぜひ聞かせてくれ。
Ito hurried up to the club's computer, desperate for any chance to escape his doom. I stared back at Kurusu for a moment and then...
PC 立ち上げてストレージの画像プリントアウトしてくれ。
了解だ。
Ito's voice was louder than it needed to be. Sorry, man. Ito's voice was louder than it needed to be as he turned on the computer.
もう殴らないこと。いい？うん。
What the fuck, man? Why is everyone ramming the door? Fuck! Maybe she took pity on poor Ito because she didn't say anything else, but she still crossed her arms and glared at us as she leaned against the wall. She was at least going to hear me out, it looked like. Or maybe this was just her way of making sure I didn't escape. What the fuck? I dropped 0 frames. My internet is actually very compliant today. You owe me lunch later.
やだよ。縦にしやがって気まずすぎんだろ。こんなもん10-0の巻き込まれ事故じゃん。
それは謝るけど、でも今回はまだマシだ。手が手って副部長？
I nodded. Kurusu was the girl that everyone looked up to, but she was actually very short-tempered. It would take me more than 5 fingers, but less than 10, to count the number of times she'd slapped me hard. Ouch. When I told him that. The fuck? What is this supposed to mean?
そんなことする女子高生本当にいんのか。ヒスカエスコ手前じゃん。
Hiska Esko? Hiska Esko? Time to learn something new. Esko. A girl with a sadistic personality who enjoys inflicting pain on others. Extremely dangerous. That's my type of girl. No, just kidding. I'm not into sadistic personality because I'm a sadistic myself. Short for hysteric, originally a term used in psychology, but here used to refer as a short-tempered version to a short-tempered person who can't control their emotions. Okay. Are you serious? Interesting. Didn't know that.
陰口は聞こえないように言えって言われないの？
The almost hiss didn't even bother looking at us as she spoke.
いや、そのセリフを言ったことはあるんだけどね。それもついさっき教室で。
そう。
And then she fell silent. She was scary as hell, man. It felt like if I moved, she'd kill me.
おごりだ。決定だ。大盛りにデザートだ。異論は認めん。
よ。
ゴーゴーじゃん。今のは。
Actually, it was 100% Ito's fault for not keeping his mouth shut.
なあ。
What?
見たか？見たよな。
見てないよ。
That was a lie. That was a lie. I'd seen it. They were white. They were whiter than, I don't know, the population of America. I glanced at Kurusu out of the corner of my eye. I guess that was really what you'd expect. Still, I'd only gotten a glimpse. It was entirely possible I'd be mistaken. If I burned the image into my brain now, maybe the next time something like this happened, I'd be able to react more quickly. So I prayed for good luck. If it ever did happen again, I swore I would react like a right-sider should. A right side, I wouldn't panic over something as insignificant as seeing a girl's underwear. In a situation like that, it was critical that you stay calm. When she heard Ito turn on the printer, Kazuki trotted over like she usually did. And there we have a new delusion. Let's see what we get. Number. So a negative delusion. That online game addict had the best computer skills of anyone in the club. Whenever she was around, it was her job to run searches and organize the information on the PC, but...
Kazuki, 手伝わなくていい。この件については部の活動と認めてないから。
Kazuki gave us a questioning look.
そうなんだ。
Okay, time for a delusion trigger. What does happen now?
カズキ、その手、さっきよりひどくなってない？
Kurusu's voice was filled with panic.
タクル、カズキの手が。
なんだ
What's with her hand? Worried, I looked back toward Kazuki. She was clutching her right arm with a pained expression. An eerie dark miasma was seeping out of it. Sorry, I can't take this delusion seriously, no. We sealed it away. What did you, Nibio? Kurusu looked at me, suddenly uncertain.
おいおい、早すぎるだろ。あと10年は持つんじゃなかったのかよ。
それだけ。
This is way too soon. The seal was supposed to last another 10 years. Oh no! Her Jin Shuriki is coming out. No! It's the 10 tails! Or the 11 tails. I don't know, man. Ah, my eye! My eye! Itai! I can't hold back my power anymore. No! Oh, it's so cringe. The seal was about to break. But I'm about to break. Linkin Park reference. An overwhelming torrent of darkness burst forth from Kazuki's body and streaked towards me. It was cold, like absolute zero, and I felt my mind slowly fading away. Phew, and I'm gone. That's the kind of stupid stuff a third grader might think about during class. That's how you not translate Shunibyo. But I was old enough that it was just embarrassing. Kazuki put her headphones on and went back to the corner of the room. She started slamming keys again. I never did know how to talk to her. Actually, it felt like it had been forever since I'd ever spoken to her. If you could call this a conversation, that is. She'd been part of the newspaper club for 6 months, and all I knew about her was that she liked games, knew a lot about computers, and hated talking. In the end, Ito printed out the pictures, and I took them and went in front of the bulletin board before Kurusu changed her mind. If Kurusu was going to listen, it was probably better to start at the beginning. Okay, so now we have another gameplay aspect of this game, which is pretty much this map, which is translated in the version I have. In the original version, like the... Wait. Where is it? Is it here? It should be. Fuck. I don't have it here, right? Do I? What? Why is it not here? Oh, it's over there. Okay. Here. In this version, the PS4 version, this map is not translated. And the problem is that in this map, later, you have to mark a path. And pretty much interact with the map. And when everything is in Japanese, a lot of people struggled with unlocking the map or unlocking the route that gets unlocked when you do the map thing right. So yeah, it's kind of stupid. That's why there's the Committee of Zero patch, which fixes that issue. But obviously it doesn't fix the PS4 version. It only fixed the PC version and the Vita version, I guess. Okay. There are two cases we're looking at right now. The first occurred on the 7th of this month during a Nikoniya livestream. It was a public suicide called the Don't Look at Me case. Jinnan. That somehow sounds Chinese.
事件の内容は名前の通りニコニア動画で生放送していた男が放送中に突然自殺した。厳密に言うと完全に自殺と決まったわけじゃないんだけど、死んだ時の状況からそう言われてる。名前は大谷優馬、21歳。俺氏、未来が見えてしまう件についてっていう預言者もどきみたいな放送を定期的にやって結構アクセス数を稼いでいたニア生主。
Wait, I have to quickly chill my stream to someone else. Lul. Can't believe I'm following Hata. Need to fix that mistake. Sorry, Iraq and roll. But yeah. The dead man's name is Otaniyuma, age 21. He was a live streamer who got quite a lot of views with some kind of fortune-telling problem comment. Today I learned I can see the future.
で、その状況だけど、まず放送中に大谷氏はコメントを設ける時間をとって一旦カメラ前から姿を消す。
Here's how it went down. First, Otani gave the audience some time to ask questions. He left the camera's field of view.
その後、ドアがノックされて誰かが来たらしい音をわずかだけどマイクが拾ってる。聞き取れないけど何かを話す声も。そしてカメラ前に戻ってくると右腕が半分なくなってた。細かく切断されて自分が持ってきた皿の上に乗ってたんだ。
うわ。
そしてその指を自分で食べた。まるで痛みを感じていない素振りで。
This is such a terrible case. Holy shit. Who came up with this shit? It's probably as disgusting as the cases in Kara no Shoujo, which are pretty much murders committed for the sake of art by dismantling and dismembering the girls. By dismembering the girls in an artistic fashion. It's very disgusting. I can't stream that game because it has porn, but I kinda like to. So maybe one day. The suicide had been big news, even on TV, so she'd probably seen it there. But the details had been so horrific that the news hadn't broadcast them. But those details could be found anywhere on the internet. It was only a matter of time before someone started putting it all together. The video itself had even started to get around.
そして少し経ってからいきなり苦しみ出して死亡した。見ていた人は事件として発覚するまでいたずらか何かだと思っている。
出血性ショック死な。警察の発表でもそうなってたし、混沌するまでの時間を考えても間違いない。
Hypovolemic shock. So that's when you bleed out pretty much. Okay, cool. When the body loses too much blood, the heart stops working properly. That's when it's a police report. Yeah, okay. Ito added. Ito knew more about this stuff than I did. He was a fan of bizarre murders and he'd read 10 times as many killer diaries and non-fiction crime books as I had. Why though? Why would you... I mean, it's interesting if you want to be a detective, but...
警察は自殺の直前に部屋を訪ねてきた誰かを探しているらしい。
I feel reading about crime so much, especially like investigating stuff, gruesome murders,
because they're interesting to you kind of ruins your character. Like your sense of moral judgment kind of becomes deteriorated. The most likely theory is that he experienced some kind of mental disorder before the suicide, but the police are supposedly looking for whoever visited the room first.
もしかしたら自殺幇助や自殺教唆の疑いがあるんじゃないかって。
In Japan, if you saw someone trying to kill themselves and didn't intervene, it wasn't a crime unless the police could prove you wanted them to die. Huh? What? Interesting. But aiding in a suicide or encouraging someone to commit suicide was illegal. Yeah, so there's this Russian thing called the Blue Whale game or something. That would be illegal, obviously. Good. That meant that the police were probably looking for whoever met Otani just before his death. Kurusu was silent, but she was looking at the board and seemed to be listening. It seemed safe. On to the next case.
2つ目は19日に起きた事件。死体の状況から音漏れ炭っていう通称がついてる。
Second, the case that occurred on the 19th. It gets its name, leaky noise, from the condition the body was found in.
場所はここ、深セン。名前は高柳桃音、20歳。ニコニアの歌ってみたの歌い手で、最近ネットで有名になってきてるアニメソングのコピーバンドのボーカル。
The girl's name was Takayanagi Momone, age 20. She was a sang-it singer on Nikonia. She'd been getting really famous online singing anime theme songs.
復興祭のステージで歌うことも決まってた。バンドの派手な衣装を着たまま一人でストリートライブもしていて、晴れの日は毎日決まった場所、決まった時間で演奏していたらしい。その日はいつもの場所にかなり遅刻して現れ、だけど何か様子がおかしかった。声が小さくていつもの感じじゃなかった。死亡した。
こ
っちも失血死。ライブを始める前からお腹を刺傷していたんだ。
Man, guys, imagine if you were to go on a concert and there's someone standing on the stage and suddenly they collapse, bleed out. Oh my god, the panic that would ensue and the people who would get trampled to death. My god, that would be a very terrible incident.
妙なのがやっぱり遺体の状況で。
Imagine it were a K-pop star.
再生してくれ。
お。
Ito tapped a few keys on the computer's keyboard. And a moment later...
死んでるってマジで死んでるって救急車呼べって
Taxi? Taxi? Kurusu looked confused when she heard the sound. Evidently, she wasn't able to make it out.
ああ、そっちじゃなくて渋谷ニュースが音声いじってアップしてくれた方。
ああ、そっちだよな。
Yeah. iTunes. Okay. Oh, there's a Rilakuma in the background. That's cute. Imagine using iTunes and then it's the fucking Windows Media Player background. What the fuck? Why? Her expression changed. She must have been able to hear this in time.
ありがとう。ゆっくりしていってね。 常連のお客さんによれば、いつも彼女はこの一言からストリートライブを始めていたんだって。
Is this a Yukuri reference? A phrase often used at the start of videos on Nikonia. The phrase itself was originally a piece of ASCII art. Okay, I see.
ニアドユーザーだから。
So it's actually a Toho
なんで
reference,
も
lol.
歌ってみたの歌い手の中では彼女のライブが一番だって最近評判だったらしいぞ。
Kurusu seemed to be ignoring me and Ito. She was staring at the computer screen that was the source of the sound.
今のは
悲鳴は死体を発見したお客さんたちのもの。動画で撮っていた人がいたんだ。で、今のは高柳さん自身の声で。
What the fuck? Paranoid Gengar! Holy shit, did I see you again? Welcome to my stream, I guess. The screams are from the audience members who discovered the body. One of them was recording a video, and that last part was in Takanagi's voice.
お腹に埋め込まれていた小型のスピーカーから聞こえてきたんだ。
It wasn't from a miniature speaker. Wow. Oof. Disgusting. Kurusu seemed confused, so Ito interjected.
つまりその日のライブは最初から録音されたものだったんだよ。
後で発見された証拠によると、彼女はコンビニで売ってるカッターで自分で自分の腹を裂いて Bluetooth のスピーカーを埋め込んだらしい。
Was ist denn ein Bluetooth? Oh. What's a Bluetooth speaker? A type of wireless communication standard used by digital devices. Allows for communication via radio waves in a range between a few meters to a few dozen meters. Often used for wireless mice and keyboards for computers and mobile devices. Yeah, I actually have a wireless headset. But it broke because I sat on it and I have to buy a new one. That's why I have in-ears now. Another interesting thing about Bluetooth is that the Bluetooth symbol, you know the Bluetooth symbol is based on an old Scandinavian rune from the Vikings. That's some trivia for, I don't know, your next quiz party.
着ている服と衣装でその傷を隠してライブを始めたんだ。
Oh, Jacopi, you're Finnish, right? So you are kind of a Viking. You probably knew that.
録音した自分の声に合わせてギターを弾いていたらしいんだけど、途中からそれからはうつむきっぱなしだったみたいだから、その時にはすでに死亡してたんじゃないかな。だけどお客さんは彼女のポケットに入れていた携帯音楽プレイヤーが傷から流れた血液で壊れたのか。
The Finns were not Vikings, right? So it were Norwegians, Swedes, and Islanders, I guess. Don't know. Either the blood from her wounds broke the portable music player in her pocket, or maybe it was supposed to be this way from the start.
とにかくさっきの音声トラック。
Yeah, Jacopi, I watched Vinland Saga.
死んでいるとは気づかなかった。
I watched Vinland Saga. Oh, and Vikings. So, yeah. Kurusu's face was a mixture of confusion and discomfort. Of course it was. She'd never heard something like this. I couldn't hold back my excitement.
すごいだろ。
Instead of agreeing, Kurusu's brow furrowed. She probably didn't realize it, but she'd wrapped her arms around herself. What was wrong? Was that a little too creepy?
ここまでは単にこれまでの事件の整理だろ。発見ってのは？
Oh yeah, he was right. I used a computer to print out a series of pictures.
当然だけど、両方とも事件の目的はわからない。今のところ唯一の不審人物である大谷氏の部屋を訪ねてきた人間が何者で何を考えて何を話したのかも見当がつかない。でも僕はこの妙な事件はまだ続くと思う。被害
は？マジか？
What? Gaisha? Ah, okay. Huh? Seriously? Ito leapt out of his chair in shock. Well, I couldn't blame him.
共通点に関しては散々話し合ったろ。分かったのは渋谷に住んでることとニア道のユーザーだったこと。あとはまあ2人ともある程度の知名度があって自殺した状況が異常だってことくらいか。でもそんなもんじゃそれ以上のことは何も。
気づかないか？別の共通点。
I pointed towards the bulletin board as I spoke. Ito looked really annoyed.
偉そうにしよってからに。そもそも こっちの気を引くようにプリントアウトしてるやつはなんだ。
My god, this printing dude. What is he even printing out? The Bible? One of the best parts of finding something like this was seeing the angry look on his face. Well, it was only yesterday that I found it myself, though.
じらさなくていいから。何を見つけたの？
Kurusu beckoned for me to go on. No matter what she said, after hearing all this, she probably wanted to know what came next. Oh, it was done printing. And... Oh. Kazuki suddenly stood in front of me. She offered me the printed images without a word.
ありがとう。
Thanks. Then she offered me something else. A lollipop? She nodded. Thanks. Kazuki seemed to be communicating in her own unique way. She walked over to the bulletin board and tapped the data printouts on the 2 cases with her finger.
カズキ、どうした？
How does not like lollies? Who does not like lollies, you mean? Dunno. Oh, knocking? I saw the part she was pointing at and nodded.
そう。日付だよ。7日、19日。
This game also has a loli, by the way, but she appears way later.
9月19日。渋谷で発生した異常な事件。わかるだろ？
I kept looking at Ito. Usually, he would be the one to pick up on this. A second later, he froze. He must have figured it out.
猟奇マニアのお前ならわかるだろ？
What did I do? Oh, no, I closed the game. No, I didn't. Yup, with your love of word murders, you know what I'm talking about. I pinned the images I just printed out on the bulletin board's map.
9月7日、集団ダイブ。
Okay, so now it connects the first game's murders with the second game's, with this game's murders. So we have the 7th of, oh, no, wrong. Fuck, what's the order? Oh, okay, December 7th, the group dive. So a bunch of people jumping from a roof.
妊娠男。
September 19th, the pregnant man.
9月29日、貼り付け。
Crucified, which is actually the first murder Takumi is involved in Chaos Head.
10月10日、ヴァンパイア。
Vampire, I don't know what that means. But yeah, it's also a murder. Like a guy in a toilet, completely sucked out.
10月23日、
Disgusting.
ノータリン。
Brain dead. I don't know the circumstances of this case, but I think it's like the brain scooped out with a spoon or some shit. Very
10
disgusting.
月28日、うまい手。
Yummy hand.
11月4日、ドキュンパズル。
And the DQN puzzle. The DQN puzzle.
の狂気。
The dark setting was better made in CH. Depends. Later you get into... When you get into a specific building, the dark atmosphere becomes very, very apparent. Yup, 6 years ago in 2009, a series of strange deaths had occurred just before the earthquake that struck Shibuya on November 6th. They became famous for the words left by the killer. Sonome dare no me. Whose eyes are those eyes? They called the killings the New Generation Madness. Ah, that's the name. The murders took place in Shibuya, but the whole country took an interest in them. At the time, I was in 6th grade, and just like a lot of people, I followed every new development on the internet.
日付が6年前の事件とぴったり一致してるんだ。事件も 自殺っぽいっていう内容はともかく猟奇的だという点で同じ。
Oops. The dates match up exactly with the dates of the murders 6 years ago. They may be maybe set up to look like suicides, but they're every bit as weird as the old killings.
偶然でしょ。
The crappy container room. Oh yeah. Well, it doesn't look like my room, but it's probably the same size. I love the design, dude. The design was amazing. Like Takumi's PC, the figures right next to it, the crappy 2-story bed with the, oh man, such a great design for such a great room design, I guess. She seemed to be trying to force the words out of her throat. Kurusu was acting a little strange. Her arms clutched her torso even tighter.
副部長
Maybe it was because of all the creepy pictures he'd seen. Kurusu was clearly shaking. She tried her best to stop it as she spoke.
何でも関連付けて大きくしたがるのはやめなさい。
By the way, speaking
二つ
uh,
たまたま一致しただけでしょ。
speaking of Chaos Head, I recently watched the Chaos Head anime, and I gave it a 1 on my anime list, so it wasn't that good. Stop trying to connect every little event. It's just a coincidence that they line up.
偶然かそうではないかはすぐにわかるよ。ニュージェネ第3の事件が起こったのは9月29日。つまり今日だ。
That's not the problem. The problem is that the anime is so truncated that you're not able to follow the story properly. Like, you get a long introduction of Takumi in the first 2 episodes. And in the third episodes, there's suddenly a big happening without any of the build-up, without any of the interesting parts before. It's dumb, honestly. Like, it's not only the pacing that is bad.
偶然が3つ続くなんて放っておける要素じゃないだろ。
It's not only the pacing that is bad. It's the how do you say it in English? The continuity of the storyline is completely terrible. Ugh, disgusting, and it doesn't look good either. The Chaos Child anime, on the other hand, how do you explain that? It's a bit better. I gave it a 3 or a 4, I think. It also truncates the story to an unintelligible mess. But at least the first episode, I think it's an hour long or like 40 minutes, and it recaps the entirety of Chaos Head. And this recap has a better pacing, or at least easier to understand pacing than the entirety of Chaos Head's anime. It's terrible, man. I don't know, the SciAdv Series is not really blessed with good anime except for the Steins Gate one. Steins Gate 0. Those are good anime. Chaos Head, Chaos Child, not so good. Occultic 9, average? I think it's average. I read also the novels for it, at least 2 of them. I have all of them on my PC. But I only read the first 2 Occultic 9 novels, and they were pretty interesting. But the anime is very average. Except the opening. The opening is very, very good. Had I watched SciAdv anime? It was so bad I forgot that I watched it. There's been a murder, or maybe an accident. I could feel my heart starting to race as she spoke. I think I have to overact now. It was a love hotel area in Dogenzaka, 5 minutes from Shibuya Station. A few days ago, there had been some kind of suspicious fire here, and I'd come to do some reporting. The place was supposedly a love hotel spot, but even at night, when business should have been booming, it wasn't particularly exciting. During the day, when all the lights were turned off, if you didn't look at the signs, it wouldn't look very different from your average neighborhood. One of the buildings was a 4-story love hotel with the terrible name Fairy's Dance. Yosei no Odori. It faced a narrow street and there was no parking lot, so the police car was parked at a meter nearby. Kochi! This way. Sedika was standing in front of the general store some distance away. She was supposed to be spending the day taking photos of the area around the last 2 crime scenes.
何があった？
わかんない。さっきゲンさんと107の近くですれ違った時にここで何かが起きたって教えてくれたの。
Gengar, how do you find the girls in Chaos Head and Child? Like, the girls in Chaos Head? Or I don't think I can name them. Seira, obviously. The sister, Nanami? The blue-haired girl? Sena, I think? Fuck, I'm stuck. Rip.
相変わらずあの人はよくわかんないな。
I'm terrible with names, I tell you. I just know how the characters look like.
便利だからいいけど。
He was a drunk who claimed to be of noble blood, but the stories he told me about his past didn't sound very noble at all. The guy was a weirdo, but since he spent all his time wandering around Shibuya, he knew a surprising amount of info about it.
でも大事なのは間違いないっぽいよ。さっき中に入ってった警察の人が応援呼んでたみたいだし。
That's actually a very true thing. If you are in a big town and you want to know some like underground thing, or you want to know where everything is in a town, either ask the homeless people or ask a taxi driver, because both of them have such impressive command of the entire map of the city, because, you know, they get around a lot. It's great. Like, just ask people for, well, you shouldn't ask them for, I don't know, best club or something, but like for underground stuff where people gather, or specific things, they are very good at it. I mean, I think they are all creepy. Like the sister, though. The sister is really cute. I had a bug in the last half of CH. They were weirdly all half naked? What? I never heard of that before. What? There's a nude patch? I know. I see. I decided to start by taking a video of the outside of the hotel with my smartphone.
お前こういう時だけ足早いな。
Oh shit, it's already 3 p.m. I'm quickly going to throw a pizza in the oven. Otherwise, I'm going to starve. I'm back. 25 minutes for the pizza. I'd left the 2 of them in the club room, and they only just now caught up with me. They must have ran here. Ito especially was breathing very heavily.
なんだ。クルスも来たのか。
Huh? What does it say on the thing? Hotel Surulinen. Hotel Surulinen. Okay, cool. Kazuki had decided not to come, evidently. Of course not. I'd never seen her outside except when we were going to and from school.
で、事件か?
I told Ito what I had heard from Sedika. Wait, can I turn the camera? Yeah, my oven is over there. Here. Is this reversed? Where's my oven? Yeah, here's a Clanat thingy. I think it's over there. No, it's... I have to turn it more. Here. Here's the oven. So... yeah, I don't have to go far. I don't have to go far, dude. Just get the pizza out of the case. Pizza out of the carton and put it in. Turn up the heat. And yeah, wait. 20 minutes. Or 25, don't know. 25 might be a bit overkill. I hope I don't get a black pizza later. I don't have a big house, dude. It's just one room. I'm a student. Kurusu seemed upset. She glanced at the love hotels around her in disgust. You know, honestly, I kind of feel my flat where I'm living is a bit small. Like, very, very small. But then I think about the Japanese who live in these tuna can-sized flats with like 6 square meters. Yeah, 6 tatami pretty much. So it's 12 square meters, I think. And then I feel pretty fine in my 30 or 32 square meters flat. But it's just one room. It's, yeah, not really a flat. It's just a room with a bedroom, with a bed, with a kitchen plate, fridge, few furniture, that kind. In our school uniforms, we probably stood out. Yeah, you shouldn't go into a love hotel as a student, you know. Kurusu motioned for us to go home. And then... I saw something in the viewfinder. On the 3rd floor of the love hotel... Oh, scary music. The windows in one of the rooms facing the alley were open. The windows must have been all the way open, because the curtains were fluttering out. No. 普通こういうとこって窓開いてないもんだよな。Okay, I stopped drinking coffee. More water. I asked Ito as I looked up at them.
まあそうなんじゃねえの？使ったことなんかねえからわかんねえけど。
Ito followed my gaze and saw it for himself. It felt suspicious. I'd never been in a love hotel either, so I didn't know, but normally you'd keep the windows shut, right? You wouldn't want people seeing or hearing what you were doing. I don't know, maybe you like it? There's this exhibitionist fetish. It's called Oroshutsuku in Japanese, by the way. It being addicted to exposure. And then suddenly I heard a sound from somewhere. It was a calming song with a simple melody. I took a closer listen. Was it a music box? I'm actually very afraid of music box music. Like, I think it's the most creepy way to underline a horror movie. Just a music box theme. And the worst thing is, after I stopped hearing it, it keeps lingering in my head, like this small... Yeah, ugh. Jacopi, do you remember the phase in Osu where everyone were adding music box themes to the end of their songs? Like the Freedom Dive with the music box ending. That was the worst time for me because I couldn't really... I actually missed because I got goosebumps hearing that music. Not even joking. The building from across the open window was another love hotel, but it had no windows on that side. I couldn't look into the building like I'd done with the karaoke box last week, and I certainly couldn't climb my way up. I must have had a pensive look on my face because Kurusu turned to me curiously.
バレないように中に入れれば。
Ooh. Honestly, when the character gets scared, he gets this briefy voice acting. Like, wait, what was it?
ちょっと。
バレないように中に入れれば。
Yeah, this kind.
バレないように中に入れれば。バレないように中に入れれば。
It's great. バレないように中に入れれば. Amazing. There was still only that one car. Okay.
裏口ぐらいどっかにあるだろうから、応援の警察が来る前に済まそう。伊藤、そっち側から回ってくれ。
おう。
僕はこっち側から。
To be honest, if I were in this situation with Takuru and Nono stuff, and I would tell this Ito guy to stand outside and take care, nothing happens, while I go in, or while Takuru goes into a love hotel with Nono, I'd be like, dude, you're going to fuck her, right? I mean, you're going to fuck her, and you're letting me outside because you're stupid bastard. I would be skeptical.
ちょっとタクル、こっち見なさい。
I began to go around the building, not waiting for Ito's answer, but Kurusu grabbed my arm.
ダメ。こんなの部活の範疇じゃないでしょ。私の言うことが聞けないの？
Crap. She was just a millimeter short of making that face again.
しかもここ、いかがわしいホテルでしょう。それ
Ah,
に、もし妙なことに巻き込まれたらどうするの？
that's your only worry? I knew all that, but I didn't want to give up. This might be my chance to get a real scoop.
停学にでもなったらどうするつもり？姉として弟を危険な目に遭わせるわけにはいかないの。
弟というか、家族でも何でもないじゃんか。
Huh?
僕たち
What?
停学にでもなったらどうするつもり？姉として弟を危険な目に遭わせるわけに。
Ah, okay. That's interesting, because in the dialogue he says ototo, which means small little brother, and here it says sister, because, you know, the roles are reversed and you have to use a different sentence structure in Japanese to get across the same thing that we get across in English. Like, he is reinforcing the fact that he is the smaller brother, and in English it's like, oh, I'm the smaller brother, then you're the sister. And that's what they're reinforcing. It's strange. Translation is hard. Instantly, Kurusu grabbed me by the collar with incredible force and brought her face so close to me that our foreheads touched. That's lewd. I could tell her cheeks were flushed. There was a small, wordless growl from deep within her throat, and her arms were shaking a little as she held me. What was she trying to say? No, I knew what she was trying to say, but Kurusu didn't say it. Kurusu was the sort of awful person. I just realized you have Da Capo stuff on your wall. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Can I find them? Wait, let me... I still have like 100 or 120 anime posters lying around somewhere here. I don't know where I put them exactly, but they were all like this size on a wall. And I got them from a former friend of mine who gifted them to me on a convention. And then I just hung up the ones that looked most interesting and cute to me. And it just happened to be the couple in there. What the fuck was What the fuck was that transition, guys? Have you seen that? Like, her face was stretched upwards. That looked so weird. Suddenly, Serika ran over and tackled Kurusu. The momentum slammed both of them into the ground.
ちょっとセリカ、何して。喧嘩はダメだよ、のんちゃん、タク。5人でみんな仲良くが新聞部のモットーでしょ。
Oh, she's so cute. No, that was never our motto.
しんちゃんも止めなきゃダメじゃん。
いや、つうかどこ行ってたんだ？
ああ、そうだ。喧嘩してる場合じゃないんだよ、タク。
She suddenly hopped up like a cheap toy.
裏のドア開いてる。
え？
喉乾いて自販機なくてホテルの中ならあるだろうと思って裏のドア見つけて開けて。
You know, that is a very hard thing about Japanese. Just let's take a look at that sentence again.
喉乾いて自販機なくてホテルの中ならあるだろうと思って裏のドア見つけて開けて。
You see, this very long sentence always uses these te forms at the end. Nodo ga kawaite, jihanki o mitsukenakute. With this, you connect basically events that happen right after another. So you sometimes have very long sentences like this, where just like small sub-sentences are connected with this te form, and you can continue that infinitely. So in this sentence you just have this happened and this happened and this happened and this happened and this happened. It's very strange when you want to translate that because, you know, you get a sentence with so many commas.
さすが妖精のダンスじゃん、やるじゃんって思って買って一気飲みしてたらあれって。
んだよそれ。
お前いつも後先考えずに突き進むよな。
Speaking of Japanese, Genga, how did your Japanese studies go? I mean, we haven't spoken in a year or so, so we probably both improved a bit.
タク、どうするの？
I could tell that Kurusu was glaring at me, but she didn't say anything. She could say anything.
二人で行こう。
Couldn't say anything.
カップルの方がいざという時にごまかしが効くかもしれない。
If we're pretending to be a couple, then we might get into that love hotel. Okay. She's such an airhead. As soon as the words were out of my mouth, Serika beckoned me to follow her. I did. Nono is like, man, they're going to fuck, right? I didn't say it, but in my heart I apologized to Kurusu as I went. Of course, she couldn't hear me, so she didn't say anything.
階段向こうなんだけどな。
Another mysterious moment. Hear the music. I think this music is even creepier than the music box, because I don't know, it's so distant. It feels so ambient and distant and creeping up slowly. We went inside the hotel from a rear entrance and hid behind the corner that led to the lobby. This was my first time inside a love hotel, and I was a lot less gaudy than I expected. The name was false advertising. There were no fairies and no one was dancing. You will study Japanese next year? You mean in university? Can you tell me where you go to study? Maybe the quiet atmosphere was the selling point, but...
ですから人を早くよこしてください。いや、それは新庄さんに聞いてください。
Wait, quickly, I have to do something. I will go to Trier. Oh, cool. Then you can probably, yeah, talk to Asakura. Asakura is also studying in Trier. Asakura is also someone from our server if you want to come back. But, yeah, something bad enough that I need backup. This was my chance. If we could get to the scene before the place was overflowing with cops, we might be able to find an unexpected scoop.
はい、それは間違いありません。確認しました。ですがこちらでは判断が。いえ、ですからそういう状態じゃないんです。
Jacopi, could you test if Nightbot works at this point? The cop was in the way. Oh. Whether we took the stairs or the elevator, we needed to go through the lobby to get to them.
タク、行くよ。
Nope, doesn't work. Fuck. Why? He joined the channel though. Oh, is it because I renamed? Is it because I renamed myself? Wait. Nightbot, join channel. Next step, ensure you have modded Nightbot in the channel. Okay. Mod Nightbot. Nightbot is already a moderator of this channel. Fucking hell, why? Oh, okay. Now, maybe? I know. Test now? Even without saying anything, I had some reason. Oh, really? I thought you were just angry because we were shit-talking Kirino. No, sorry. Huh? Well, I got to like Kirino a bit more because I play her in what's the game? A Fighting Climax. Wait, it's a phone game. Wait. Honestly, I'm thinking about getting earpods, man. It's such an inconvenience to, yeah, do stuff. Can you? I don't think you can see that. I don't think you can see that. But the game I'm talking about is called Crossing Void, which is a phone gacha remake, or like a kind of toned down version of Dengeki Bunko Fighting Climax. It's very interesting. So yeah. I doubt that, Kaito. Welcome back. We're in another very suspenseful scene, so you just came at the right time. Shit. He probably hadn't seen our faces. Should we run? No, that would just make us look suspicious. He started to mumble into the phone. We crossed the lobby without looking back. Only gacha I play is Arknights. I wanted to start Shadowverse, which is a I think, gacha with card game or card game gacha, but I didn't get down to it yet.
でもタクの
We crossed the lobby without looking
言った
back.
通りだったじゃん。ごまかせたごまかせた。
What the fuck? Why is Sirika so yellow? Did she just turn shine? No, sorry, that's racist. No. Did she just turn yellow? Okay. This was a close call. My heart was pounding so loud that the noise was making me sick. Could he not tell that we were high school students? No, if he only saw us from behind, he'd be able to tell by our uniforms. Why didn't he arrest us? Maybe he was panicking so much the thought never occurred to him.
でとどうしようか。
Sedika let go of my arm and turned toward me. That's right. Now wasn't the time for thinking about other things.
外から見たあの場所が現場かどうかはわからないけど、とりあえず3階から当たろう。そこが外れだったら他の場所を見ていく。警察の応援が来たらそこで切り上げ。でも警察の様子から見て、やっぱり何か事件があったんだ。絶対に取って帰ろう。
オッケー。
Okay. Oh god, footsteps. It was quiet. The policeman's voice was still drifting up the stairs, but it only made the quiet seem more oppressive. Just like he'd said, the customers had probably been told not to leave their rooms. It was too late for it to matter now, but I was starting to feel a little scared. Come to think of it, if something had happened, maybe the killer was still here?
そういえばタク、まだのんちゃんと喧嘩しちゃってるんだね。
She's a bit loud. Sedika's voice was relaxed. I was grateful. I'd take any opportunity to relieve the tension.
喧嘩ってわけじゃないよ。
No, maybe it was.
でもまだクルスって呼んでるんでしょ。気持ちはわかるけど、なんとかならないかな。
It's actually safe. We haven't had a delusion in a while, actually. So I feel like get ready for another one. Wait, did we already play 2 hours? Fuck! After the incident that had caused me to leave the dorm, I'd never call her that again. As long as I kept calling her Kurusu, she'd be mad at me. It must have been hurting some important part of her.
タク、
Oh? The next thing I knew, we were on the 3rd floor. Sedika had gotten ahead of me at some point and was poking her head around the corner and into the hallway.
誰もいないみたい。
よし。
I took out my phone and got ready to record. My pizza is actually finished, but I'm going to finish this scene first before getting it. As soon as I went into the 3rd floor hallway, I found myself holding my breath. My heart was pounding even louder when the cop had yelled at us. I tried to control myself and looked down the corridor. The rooms must have been very big, because the gap between the doors was large. The floor was red, sinking into the black as the hallway stretched away. I could hear the unpleasant sound of blowing air. They must have had the air conditioning on. There was no window and there wasn't a lot of light, so the hallway looked pretty creepy, but there was nothing out of the ordinary about it otherwise. But still, it was strange. The air felt solid. It felt like someone would jump down from the shadows the second you let your guard down, or perhaps that there were traps scattered everywhere along the floor. For a second, the floor seemed to be stained with blood, but I shook that image out of my mind. What was this? It was like the fear you feel in the darkness at night. Was it just because there was so little light? Aw, you're missing the good moment. Whatever, Gengar. See you later. No, it was worse than that. It felt like someone was watching me and enjoying my unease. It was like they were peering deep into my heart.
タク、
I almost jumped off the ground with a start.
どうしたの？
Huh? What's wrong? Don't just talk to me like that. You scared the hell out of me.
なんでもない。なんか変じゃないか。
I gestured with my head down the hallway. Sedika looked past me into the darkness.
そりゃ暗いからなんか不気味だけど、雰囲気作りとかじゃないの？
Was it? Was that all? Just order something, Jacobi. Cooking is too stressful now. Was I being too sensitive? I tried flipping the light switch on the wall next to me, but nothing happened. Maybe the bulbs were burnt out, or maybe it wasn't a switch for this hallway at all. Damn it, this wasn't 1407 or something. Oh, that's a reference to the movie 1408, which is actually a very, very scary movie. Like, damn, 1408 is a very scary movie. A 2007 American horror movie about a hotel room where all the occupants commit suicide. Based on a work by the master of modern horror, Stephen Queen. Stephen Queen? No, sorry. Stephen Queen. Fred Fox. Reference. Hopefully you got that. I turned around. The only person there was Sedika. No one else was looking at me. I took some time to make sure of it before I spoke.
行くぞ。
Let's go. Yeah. Sedika nodded cheerfully, and I stayed behind me as we walked deeper into the hallway. I remembered the location of the window I'd seen outside. It was probably deeper in the hall, the furthest one back or the one before it.
あの二つのどちらかかな。
I walked as silently as I could down the long hallway towards the last rooms on the left side. With every step I took, I could feel the sensation of the hallway floor through the bottom of my heels. It was like I was being forced to think about nerves that I had never used. My body felt very tense. I didn't see any cops in the hallway. Usually, they'd at least leave one person here at the scene. Was this the wrong floor? Oh god, the door. 306. We reached the second to last door. Room 306. You know, it actually... I think in this moment the negative emotion would be the best. Let's just hope luck is on our side. Nice. Where did it go? There. And it's the number. It's the number. So we see the negative delusion. Let's fucking go. I listened carefully, but I didn't hear anything revealing. Just the quiet rumble of the air conditioner.
覗き穴とかないの？
Is there a peephole? Come
ここ
on.
はラブホテルだぞ。
ああ、そっか。
There's maybe not a peephole, but maybe there's a glory hole. Just saying, bro. Alright.
おい、何を。
ノック。
お前
She
ら
just knocks. Okay. Time to see the negative delusion. And then suddenly the door flung open.
なんじゃこれ、誰だノックしたアホは。
Oh, it's a Yakuza. Okay. An angry and very underdressed man came storming out. His hair was short and permed, and he had a gold necklace around his neck. Oh no, this guy was bad news. Sedika had frozen in surprise.
お前か、ノックしたのは。
Were you the one who knocked? I am the one who knocks. When he glared at me, I shook my head without thinking. And then he turned his gaze towards Sedika.
だったらお前か。舐めとったらどうなるかたっぷり教えてるからな。
God damn, this Yakuza slang, it always makes me laugh. The man grabbed Sedika by the hand and tried to pull her into the room. What? Oh, that's a translation. What he actually says in the line is, you were the one who knocked. Go on, undress yourself. He says, katte ni nugasu no, I think. And nugu means to undress yourself, and katte ni means... No, wait. Wait, no, wrong. I think I just misunderstood the voice line. Nugasu? It's a weird slang. There is the word to run away or to escape, which is either nigeru or nigasu. But he says nigosu or nugosu. I don't know. Maybe it's just the slang that's weird. Something really bad was about to happen to her. I had to do something. I had to. Oof! I was suddenly kicked in the solar plexus, right where it hurts. The force sent me flying all the way back to the other wall, where I collapsed to the ground. The pain was so great that I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even stand up. And then the door shut. I could hear the man's yelling and Sedika's screams from within. All I could do was crumble into a ball on the ground, crying in fear and frustration. Pew! What if that happened? Sedika was just too reckless. We didn't belong in a place like this anyway. I bit my lip and watched in fear as she kept knocking.
もうやめなって。
そう？
警察もいないし、この階じゃないのかもな。
I flinched back at the sudden noise. What? What was that sound of breaking glass?
隣からだったよな。
She was clinging to my back in surprise, with her hands on my shoulders.
多分奥でしょ？
Sedika pointed to the next room. We stood there for a moment. The violent sound must have scared her because Sedika's easygoing mood had totally vanished. But we waited a while and nothing more happened. There were no voices or sounds of struggle. The hallway was the same as ever. But I wasn't imagining it, or was the hall a little darker than before?
戻った方がいい。
Sedika didn't answer my question. She didn't seem afraid, but she had a serious look on her face as she stared down the hallway. Maybe something had happened, and the killer was still there. No, wait. I needed to think about this rationally. There was an officer on the first floor who called for backup. Usually, when a call came in, the police never came there alone. There was always more than one. I found that out for myself during my reporting, so I was sure of it. So there had to be another officer at the scene. The killer couldn't just be hiding here. If there was any chance of that, the cop would have just told us to go back to our rooms. Did the killer break the glass during a struggle? No, that didn't make sense either. If there was any chance of them being able to do it, then would that officer have gone downstairs? He'd probably gone down there to tell the front desk not to let anyone else in. So, I had no proof. But it should be okay. More than anything, I hadn't taken any photos yet. I jumped literally when I heard the sudden sound. It was a very strange sound, or one that didn't belong here at all. I looked and saw that Serika had gotten so nervous that she'd taken out her Gero Froggy Geroro strap and started to play with it. She probably didn't even know what she was doing it. I softly poked her with my elbow. I motioned for her to keep quiet, but and she seemed confused. But then she realized what she was doing and quickly put the strap back in her pocket. As soon as she was done, I looked down the hall once more, all the way to the front of the room. We should head there. I tried to steel myself, then checked over my shoulder once more to make sure no one was there. I started to walk forward very carefully. I was afraid of making even the slightest sound. Sedika followed me wordlessly with her hand on my shoulder. I grabbed her hand with my free hand. The other was holding my smartphone. She squeezed it tight. The feeling of her fingers kept me strong as I walked forward. The next room, room 305. The room at the far end of the hallway. Just like room 306, it had a plain old door, but it felt like it was exuding an intense pressure. She was asking about the sound. I answered despite not having any proof at all. We waited, but we still heard nothing. I looked around once more to make sure no one was there, then put my ear up against the door. And then I heard a small sound. It was the sound that I heard outside, a sound from the windows, like a music box playing. It was relaxed and peaceful, even if we weren't, and played the same tune over and over. This is the room. Sedika was looking at me. My god, this build-up though! No, that's... I hesitated, but she put up her hand on the doorknob. Closed. Nope. She seemed relieved, but a little upset. I knew exactly how she felt. I felt the same way. I moved away from the door. I would have liked to take some photos before I left, but... Huh? Yeah, that was what it sounded like. We were too confused to move. There was no sign of anyone coming out. I slowly touched the doorknob. It turned. The door was unlocked. How? As if guided by all the strange things that were happening, I pushed the record button on my smartphone. I gripped the doorknob tighter. A voice in my mind told me to stop, to go back. But it was wiped out by the sound of the smartphone recording starting and the door slowly opening. The more it opened, the less I was able to ignore my curiosity. It felt like something beside Sedika was pushing me forward as I opened the door. Okay, finally. The song was playing in the dimly lit room. All the lights were off, but the sun outside was streaming through the open window. Its light was very weak. The curtain in front of me, which partitioned off a part of the room, was blocking the light. I gulped and realized my lips were dry. Yeah, mine are too. I ran my tongue over them to wet them a little, and I realized my heart was pounding. Dokun, dokun. The sound was so loud, I thought my heart might have somehow moved up to my ears. It seemed to be beating out of some bizarre rhythm, and it was making me sick. I forced myself to swallow my saliva and hoped it would keep me from throwing up. Then I took a slow step forward. I held up my phone to record what I was seeing, and then I realized something. That curtain wasn't partitioning the room. It was a bed. There was a raised spot off the floor with a circular bed, surrounded by a curtain. The light was streaming out from behind it. The windows we'd seen were on the other side of it, and the song seemed to be coming from there as well. Crap, it was too dark. I went to flip the nearby light switch, then forced myself to stop. No. I couldn't touch anything in the room. Some kind of crime must have taken place here, but I was too scared to go any deeper into the darkness. My shoes made my steps loud against the floor. There was no response, only the relaxed melody. I gave a signal to Sedika, who was still behind me, and we went deeper into the room. Ja, Popfilter werde ich mir bald kaufen und einen Mikroarm. For a moment I just...
なんか金属がきしむ音みたいな。
It felt like I was hearing it between the gaps in the music box's melody, but there was no change that I could see. No one jumped out, nothing was moving. There was just the sound of the music box. I looked from one part of the room to another to make sure nothing was amiss. Das mache ich übrigens auch, wenn ich generell VNs spiele. Ich acte, was der Charakter macht, was manchmal ein bisschen strange ist, wenn man es alleine macht, aber naja. Okay, back to English. Sometimes I act out the scenes that what the character does. Like, I do it unconsciously, but also consciously for the stream now, because entertainment, I guess. And then I slowly moved forward. And there's a dead girl. Someone was lying on the floor. Eh? When my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I saw a dead person, a police officer, and a woman? The officer was lying up against the bathroom with his legs splayed and his head drooping. The girl was lying on the floor face down. They showed no sign of noticing us. No, that wasn't right. The glass behind them was shattered into 1,000 pieces. Shit! The second I understood what was going on, the hand holding the the hand holding the smartphone started to shake. Crap! I could see a little blood dripping off the police officer's head. I spun around as I heard the sound. The warmth drained from my face in an instant and my whole body shivered. Someone was sitting on the bed. Oh, this peaked. I staggered back and slammed into Sedika. Let's get out of here now. But I couldn't move. My hand was frozen as it pointed the smartphone towards whoever was behind the curtain and wasn't doing what I told it. Damn it! I took a step back, tripped, and fell on the floor. My lungs weren't working right. The silhouette moved a little, and I flinched. No, it didn't move. The bed was rotating. Whoever was behind the curtains showed no sign of noticing us. They didn't budge an inch. What? The door doesn't open. Oh God. Sedika's voice sounded like it was far away. Takuru, the door doesn't open. I ran back to the entrance and slammed myself into the door. Karums. It wasn't opening. It wasn't opening.
なんで開かないんだよ。
Sedika yelled back at me. Sedika screamed as she slammed against the door. I helped her to try batter it down. But it didn't work. It was like trying to batter down a wall. And there's the peculiar knocking. Suddenly, I heard a knock at the door. Reflexively, I jumped away without thinking. Hopefully that didn't kill your ears. Ugh. It was coming from this door. The knocking was rhythmic and constant. It was just a knock at the door. But my whole body started to shake. I actually have goosebumps now too. Someone was on the other side of the door. Someone was knocking. It definitely wasn't the police. I felt as if my sanity was boiling away, melting out from the soles of my feet on upward. Don't open that door. Right, go out the back. You're on the 3rd floor, you know. I grabbed Sedika's hand and ran into the back of the room. I felt silent at what I saw. And fell silent at what I saw. Huh? What was that? The curtain was open. There was a man there, sitting. No, he was moving slowly. The bed was moving in time to the sound of the music box. An eerie sound came from the wire wrapped around his neck. The wire was hanging down from the ceiling, choking him. Oh god, this music. His face was all puffed up, and a color I'd never seen before. His pants were wet, and the stain extended to the bed itself. The smell of piss and shit hung in my nose. He wasn't alive. He was dead. Why was he dead? Did he suffocate? Why was the curtain open? And what the hell was he doing? Why was he dead? My right hand moved without me realizing it. I needed to use the window to escape, but I pointed my phone's camera at the body instead. The body spun, slowly. Each time it went around, the wire made an awful sound and dug deeper into his neck. It had dug in so deep by now that the man's neck was the size of my wrist. The skin must have been broken because it was bleeding a little. Dude, this atmosphere gets me. I'm shaking. Like, look at this shit. I'm shaking. Damn. Sedika was right next to me, but her voice sounded far away, like she was talking through a telephone. I needed to get out of here, but I couldn't stop the filming. Why was I doing this? Why was he dead? The wire dug deeper and deeper into his neck without waiting for me to come up with an answer. The body turned away from me. I could see the back of his neck. The flesh around the wire was swollen red and black. I heard a muffled sound like something hard snapping inside of a bag. The head slumped just a little. His neck just had broken. That must have been the sound of neck breaking. Ugh. I could hear Serika's voice. Get out of here! Get out of here! I need to get out of here. My body moved as I heard another sound. I spun around. Whoa! Fuck, that jump scare. Shit. I already knew there was a jump scare here. God damn it. It got me. I don't do that scream, but oof. Ugh. But then I heard something from behind me. I don't know what I did, but the next thing I knew. Red. My whole field of vision had turned red, and I felt something like a ball hit me. Before I could understand what it was, everything faded to black. Whoo! September 30th, 2015, Wednesday. But guys, I think this is a great moment to stop the first stream, or at least the recording. Because, damn, that was exciting. That was an exciting moment. I'm shaking, like, not even joking. I know this scene already. I know pretty much the common root of this game. But this scene gets me every time. Every time. I feel like my hands are kinda... Do you know the feeling when you put your leg on your other leg and you sit there? Like in this position. I think you can't see it. Like this. And then your whole leg goes numb. And then your whole leg goes numb. But that's the feeling I have in my fingers right now. Not even over exaggerating. Amazing. This game is great.